All right, good morning, everyone. Um, you all must be very holy people who God has blessed with this excellent weather. Thank you. Um, it was delightfully cool today. It's unpleasantly warm where I live, so I'm doubly grateful to be here to spend time with you and to enjoy some cooler weather. So I have a couple of odds and ends that are sort of left over from yesterday, and then we'll press on to some new material. Yesterday, as I was leaving, we talked a little bit about hospitality and welcoming people and inviting mystery worshipers or strangers to come and see what their experience is like of visiting churches. Somebody pointed out to me, and it's exactly right, that an important aspect of welcome is to think about how children are welcomed and how families with children are welcomed. I have seen and experienced really gracious welcome in Anglican churches for families with children, and also seen the opposite. So I'll leave this to you to figure out, but one thing is, so in the place where I hang out on Sundays, there are little activity bags with sheets that are connected to the Sunday lessons, coloring sheets and so forth, and little boxes of colored pencils or crayons or something that children can use to color, and there are things they're coloring are tied to the lessons, and there are children's books and so on for children who want to come and sit in the nave and be in worship. And then there's also a nursery for that situation for babies and so on who, if parents want to come and be able to focus in worship, there's a plan to take care of kids. Either it's a choice up to families. Sometimes where I hang out, we get it right. I hope most of the time. And also sometimes we don't. I served in a parish when I was a parish priest, and the reredos, the carving behind the high altar, the scene that was carved there, life-size, giant figures, was Jesus blessing the children. And it was always interesting to me because sometimes we started growing and more families with kids showed up. More kids means maybe it's a little noisier. And sometimes people would complain, Father Scott, why do all these noisy children have to be in here? And I would say, let us look at it turns out that Jesus invited the children to come closer and bless them. That's probably a good model for us. But it's a challenge. So I just invite you to, in your context, think about what that's like. Also, part of your mystery worshiper, if you're a mystery worshiper who has kids, you can see what it's like. Another church I was connected to had a nursery, a space for small toddlers and babies, and they had 2 adults there ready to take care of them, do all that stuff. And I think there were a couple of issues in that particular church. One is that by offering that, the church was sort of expecting that the really noisy kids would be shepherded away so that they wouldn't bother people. And not every parent wants to part with their kids. So it wasn't optional, it was, well, we sort of expect you to do this, so that's not great. And then the other thing is, the room where this happened was in a different building from where the church is, in kind of a musty basement. And the people who went to the church were used to it, so it didn't seem kind of musty and a little gross to them. But that might not be true for a guest. So you might think about just the whole aspect of welcoming children. What's it like? What's it like? What's the experience like for somebody seeing it for the first time, experiencing it for the first time? Are the sides people trained and equipped to offer a really effective welcome, to say, well, you can do this or this? In the church where I served, we ended up, it's a long story, but the way the pews were arranged, many years before, one of the pews had been taken out from the very front to create some open space, but there was still, in an old school church, I'm sure you've seen this, sometimes at the front of where all the pews get, at the very front, there's a kind of little wall with racks for books and so forth. That's there because, there's no pew back to put the books on, so there's a little wall to hold all the books. You can picture this, maybe? So the pew had been taken out, but the little wall was still there, so there was a little kind of a pen. So we started having a lot of kids. And on their own, the parents of toddlers decided that they would take turns, and every Sunday, 2 adults would sit with the kids, the toddlers, in the very front, and in this little pen, there would be, a dozen kids just sort of sitting there, because one of the things I learned from the most excellent priest who shepherded me when I was first ordained is that for little kids, one impulse is to kind of put them at the back so it's easy to beat a hasty retreat if you need to, and they're out of the way. But it turns out a 3-year-old, if they can see what's happening, they might just be interested. So we set up this little pen at the front, and the parents took turns so that all the other parents could just listen and pray and praise and hear, which was lovely. They did that all on their own. A couple of interesting things about that. If you try this, and I highly recommend it, it was brilliant because everyone could see the kids, like there was no mysterious place for them to go. And they were, they'd be some of them sitting on the pew watching, and some of them crawling on the floor, just doing what toddlers do. And one thing that immediately changed is because they were right in the front, when we were preaching, they would see, like, oh, there's the preacher right there. And I had to learn as a preacher to stop asking rhetorical questions. Because there was always an answer. Well, some of the grumpy, not everyone was grumpy, but it's church, so there were grumpy people. Some of the grumpy people said to me, those kids are making a bunch of noise. And I would say, well, they're not the ones whose phones are going off. They're not the ones who are, yeah, they're making some noise, but I'm not sure it's any more than the grown-ups are making. And they would also say, well, why do you have them in, why do I? Like as if it's all about me. But they would say, why do you have them in church? They're not even listening. That's like, that's not true. And the reason I knew this is because in my sermon, if I told a story, well, the rhetorical questions, and also without fail, if, I was preaching and I told a story about a fish or whatever, on Sunday after church, when the families were leaving, little kids would hand me the pictures they had colored, and it would be a picture of a fish. Like, they're getting it. So it was great, and I highly recommend it. And also, not everyone thought it was great, but it's church, so that's fine. We love everyone, and we all move at different paces. But one of the things that came up is we did a full-on Holy Week with all the trimmings, holy water and incense and fire, and the whole thing, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all of it. On Monday, in my first year I was there, I was trying to figure out, because I should have said, by the way, Sherilyn, my spouse, and I do not have children. So I always am very careful when I'm in parish ministry saying things about children to let actual parents who have more street cred take the lead. And I want to be very careful about how we handle all that. And I was trying to figure out what's the right answer for children in Holy Week, because these are complicated, long liturgies. Should we have a child care? Should we encourage them to come, encourage them not to come, to be in a kid's place? Like, I was trying to figure out what to do. This parish that I inherited, lovely people there, of course, and I'm sure somebody else is telling a story about the things they had to fix when I left. It happens. So what I'm going to tell you is all humility. I don't want you to hear this as if I think I do. I have no illusions that I have it all figured out. Sometimes I have a good idea. Often I don't. Anyway, the Maundy Thursday custom before I arrived that everyone told me about was they would have, I am not making this up, it was called, in this church, they called Maundy Thursday the Children's Pizza Supper. Yes, oh my goodness, that is the correct answer. And what they did is they would, in the parish hall, not in the church, in the parish hall, they would put chairs in a circle, and they had pizza for dinner, and they would sit in a circle, and then the grown-ups would sit in the chairs in a circle and watch the children wash each other's feet. And that was it. That was the evening liturgy. And the stripping of the altar happened during the day at a private ceremony attended just by the altar guild. Yes, exactly right. Now, the conventional wisdom when you're a new priest in a new parish is you should leave everything alone for a year, learn about it, and then change it. When someone told me this, I said, we are not doing it that way. We're going to do what's in the book. So I said that first. I'm like, we're going to do what's in the book. Well, then I had to think they were used to all these kids coming. So a very good friend of mine who is a parent and is also professionally studies children's development, knows all kinds of things, said to me, invite them to come to church. They're going to love it. Okay, you know more than I do. I'll trust you. I believe you. Fine. So I confidently, as if I knew what I was talking about, said for weeks ahead of time, for Holy Week this year, it's going to be a little different, blah, blah, blah. And we had some other tweaks to make. We're doing the liturgies of the church in the prayer book. And I just said, bring the whole family, come. It's going to be great. I said. Inside, I had huge trepidation, but outside, so I wasn't sure how this was going to go. So Maundy Thursday that first year, we did all the ceremonies, all the things, incense, chanting, all of it, and it's quite long. If you do all of the bits, it really takes a while. And after when it got to be time to, you may or may not do all these things in your congregations, but one of the things that is a common custom on Maundy Thursday is to move the reserved sacrament, the Blessed Sacrament, to a chapel for adoration in the evening or overnight, an altar of repose. Right? This maybe is familiar to some people. So if you do all the trimmings, you have a big procession, and ceremonially with candles and incense and the whole thing, move the consecrated bread and wine of communion to a different altar, not its usual place, so that people overnight on Maundy Thursday can spend time with Jesus. So I was at the altar, and we did all of our, sensing and genuflecting and all those things that we did. And I was facing the altar. I wasn't, looking out in the nave. And I started wondering, and I confess to you, my siblings in Christ, I looked at my watch. I'm like, we've been here 2 hours. I wonder if, like, are people hating this right now? How's it going? And I had a moment of, not a holy moment. I had a moment of trepidation, but I'm like, okay, got to finish it. So I got the bread, the other priest got the wine, held it up, turned around, started walking, the incense is swinging, there are candles, the whole thing. And as I'm doing this, as I'm walking by the little pen I told you about, so I'm, carrying the bread, I just kind of looked to the side, and the kids were all standing there like this. Because it turns out that if you get stuff out of the way, children understand mystery and awe. We just have to do a good job with the liturgy, and they get it. And in fact, as somebody said to me once, and I've never forgotten it, but it is true, if children are bored with the liturgy, probably your liturgy is boring and you need to up your game. And they're just not jaded enough to put on a polite face. So if kids are bored, that's probably the canary that's telling you to do a better job, which doesn't have to be high church with chanting and incense. You can do good liturgy of all places on the ecclesiastical spectrum. So anyway, my point is, think about everything about welcoming children. What's the liturgy like? What's the experience of somebody who comes the first time? Where are they? What do you do if a woman showed up one Sunday at the church where I served from Liberia, and she's a good Liberian Anglican, and she just showed up one Sunday and said, "Good morning, Father. I just moved here. I'm Liberian. I just moved here. I'm here to register, and this is my church now." Okay, took her down. She came to church. God bless her. Her husband traveled for his work. Every Sunday she came to church with her 6 kids. They were all, I think the oldest one might have been, 7 or something. I mean, like a whole pew of like a baby, and maybe the old one was 7 or something. I don't know. I don't remember, or 8. But like, it was a lot. She was there by herself. And at coffee hour one Sunday, somebody started complaining to me, "Why doesn't somebody do anything?" One of her kids was screaming and making all this noise, and I was trying to decide what to say. And the person next to me said, "Well, did you think about going over to sit with her, to offer to help her?" "Well, no." The person said, "Well, we're at church. That's probably what you should do." And I thought, aha, this is it. So just think about, as a church community, what does it mean when children, God willing, show up of all ages? How's the response? And I'll move on to the next topic, but I think the point I'm trying to make is, it may not be straightforward. There may not be easy, quick answers, but it is, of course, worth it, because children we all need Jesus, but you can change the rest of a 5-year-old's life just right there. And children can teach us an awful lot about Jesus. Quick example of how children can teach us about Jesus. One year I was getting ready to baptize we were at the Easter service. A whole family was going to be baptized, mom, dad, and 3 kids, all together. I went to their house a few days before the baptism I'd been meeting with the parents, but to talk to the kids and see what's going on. And one of them, I don't remember exactly, the youngest one was maybe 4. And they'd been coming to church for a while, and coming forward, and mom, dad, and the three kids were getting a blessing at the altar rail because they weren't baptized yet. So every Sunday, gave them a blessing, 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 And so I'm sitting, in this family's living room on the couch, three kids all around, and I said, okay, you're going to get baptized Sunday, and we'd talked about that. We'd talked about the water, and we'd practiced at the church and all that, so they'd kind of know what was coming. And I said, oh, and also it's going to be different. Usually, you've been coming in, and the priest has been saying a blessing, but something different is going to happen. Do you know what's going to happen Sunday after you're baptized? And the 4-year-old screams, I get Jesus. That is how we should all feel. And so sometimes it's not about us teaching children, it's about children teaching us. And so for every reason, it's worth whatever might happen. Okay, I'll move on to the next topic. I will just note quickly, I told you about the welcome committee I had, and we sent them out to coffee hour, and they all experienced they went to the coffee hour after church and no one talked to them. I would say, think about the experience at your church, and on Sunday, them saying that to me caused me to have new eyes, and when I would walk into the parish hall on Sunday after the service, and people would have already been starting, I would look around the room and think, are there people here that are alone, or who are new, or who need to be talked with? And that might include longtime members who might look upset or sad or exceptionally joyful. I would look around the room, and instead of, in my old way was I would make a beeline for the coffee and just talk to whoever I happened to run into between me and the coffee, and and I started thinking, okay, I need to notice, and particularly if somebody was there for the first time, introduce them to people and so on. I just encourage you to take a look at the conversations at your coffee hour and think about who is included and who might not be naturally included. And maybe you're 5 steps ahead already. Okay, next thing, like I said, these are sort of odds and ends. This is also relating to kind of welcoming folks. I think I have experienced a certain, what's the right word, timidity that Anglicans, again, I can't speak about here in this diocese or your communities, but a certain, when folks do show up, maybe a worry that it's too arcane, that people won't understand it all, that it's too complicated, that our service is, that people won't understand everything, and it'll be impenetrable or whatever. All I want to notice is that some mystery is just fine. Not everyone has to understand every single thing that happens on their first Sunday. I don't understand everything that happens on Sunday, and I've been doing it a long time. And this came to me with clarity because I was hanging out at a church in Cincinnati that was trying to work on some of this hospitality stuff. And one of the things they were trying to figure out is, was it reasonable for them to expect people who came into the church to have some sense of reverence, or was that inhospitable? Was it wrong, inhospitable, bad to expect people to have some kind of reverence, or was that okay? And there was a little debate over this. topic. And so I was hanging out there mostly trying to keep my mouth shut, you know. And then while this was going on, I happened to go to a baseball game one evening at the ballpark just a few blocks from the church. And as I'm waiting in the queue at the concession stand to buy some food before the game starts, all of a sudden, I think maybe this happens at baseball games here too, but before our baseball games, they always play the national anthem. And I don't know about the customs here in Canada, but in the US, the custom is when the national anthem plays, everyone faces the flag, men take their hats off, you're supposed to sing or at least pay attention, hand over your heart. Like there are rules about what to do while the national anthem's playing. And so I'm waiting in line at, like people are buying hot dogs and sodas and so forth before the game. In the concession stand, the national anthem starts in the stadium. All of a sudden, the hot dog stand shuts down. No hot dogs are being sold. All the men take their hats off. Like, okay. So as a society, we have no problem establishing norms of reverence. It's fine to say to people who come through the door, this is how we do it here. If you've traveled very much and you visit a mosque, they'll ask you to take your shoes off. And in most of the world, they'll have places in the mosque where this part of the mosque is for Muslims only. You, as a visitor can be in this part. They might also have parts, this part is for men, this part is for women. Like they have rules, and I have never been rudely treated visiting a mosque, but often they just very clearly and kindly explain, this is our custom. So I say all that not to say that you should insist on this or that, but to say that a church having norms for reverence and behavior, I think is just fine. Again, I'm not, but this is my perspective based on my context. I am not presuming to tell you what makes sense in your context, just giving you food for thought. Because people might ask, I visited a synagogue once, and I said when I got there, because I knew that in Judaism, in temples and synagogues, men wear head coverings, women don't. In most synagogues and temples, that's the way it goes. And I said, right when I got inside the door, there was the equivalent of a sidesman, I don't know what they call them. But he was there like giving out programs and saying hello. And I said, hi, I'm a Christian, I'm visiting, I'm here to be with you and learn. And he said, he smiled, and I'm really glad you're here. We love it when people come. And I said, should I wear a head covering? Like, I want to do the right thing. And he said, well, it's up to you. Our men do, and some of our guests do, and some don't. I was like, no, really, I want you to tell me. And we had to go back and forth 2 or 3 times, and he finally gave me an answer. But kindness is clarity. They could have just said, Jewish men only. If you go to the Western Wall in Jerusalem, all men who visit the wall have to cover that. It's just the rule. A baseball cap will be fine, but it's you have to do it. It's the rule. Like, okay, that's fine. Now that you've told me, I know how to be. I want to be a good guest, a gracious guest. And so in our churches, when someone says, do I do this or do that, tell them. And if it really doesn't matter, you can say that, but then when the person says, but no, really. So an example would be, I see on a lot of websites, they'll have a frequently asked questions or a welcome visitors or something, and there'll be a line in Anglican churches in the US, it'll say something like, there'll be a frequently asked question, do I have to wear certain clothes? And the answer will be, no, you can wear whatever you want. But that's not totally true, and it's not helpful. I was looking at a church website recently, and they had that question, where do I park? What do I do? Do I have to do anything in the service? Is there communion? And one of the questions was, what should I wear? And it said, their answer was, there are a variety of dress. Some people will be in sweatpants and jeans. Other people will be in dresses and suits and ties. So we have a range, and anything is fine. But then it ended by saying, most people wear what we might call business casual. So that's helpful, because if I'm going for the first time, now I know what to wear so that I am being respectful and fit in. Anything, you can wear whatever you want. It's true, of course. I mean, I hope no one here would turn away somebody for saying, I'm sorry, those are not designer jeans, you'll have to leave. But there are in my experience, you can tell me if yours is different, in most places, there are norms. I mean, it's not a rule, it's not that you turn somebody away, but there's well, this is kind of how we roll. And sometimes I was in last Sunday, I was off the road. I visited a church in Cincinnati that I don't usually go to. And I just happened to notice, I'm like, I'm the only male in this room who is not wearing a tie. Which is fine. I mean, they were perfectly lovely to me. But like, note to self, if I come to the 8 o'clock service at Church of the Redeemer next time, I'll wear a coat and tie. It's fine. Yes, sir. Oh, this thing? Yeah, I think it's working okay. Yeah, so
Yet, if you are also respectful of Judaism, then it's the opposite shows respect.
yeah, that's not why they wear graceful hats. So the question, if folks couldn't hear, is the question of hospitality. If a male comes to church, or perhaps anyone, but especially a male, wearing a baseball cap, is it? Do we hope folks pick up cues and remove that hat out of a reverence, or should there be a clear expectation? I don't have, I don't pretend there's a one-size-fits-all answer here. I think a clear norm is fine, whether that's an announcement if it's a place where there are a lot of guests, or, if when I travel around, if it's a place where tourists are, there are often signs at the entrance, or a person who would say, who might say to me, if I walked in like this, in some places, you have to cover up more of your arms. Some places might have that rule. In the world, there are different cultures, different customs, and they're usually clear about it in a kind way, right away. So because then it's less embarrassing for me later on if I transgress a norm. Anyway, so I think having that conversation of what do we do. I will say this though, there's an evangelical pastor in the U.S. He's not so active these days, but he was a big deal for a while. Rick Warren. Yeah. He wrote some really great books. His book, The Purpose-Driven Church, is worth a read. One of the most liberal non-evangelical people in the world that I know recommended that I read it and said it was a great book. It is not a liberal book, and it's very evangelical, but it's very provoking, and there is a lot of wisdom in that book. But Rick Warren talks about this very issue in his church of the controversy over baseball caps. Because in the US anyway, in conventional church tradition, men should not wear a hat of any kind in church, and particularly a baseball cap is a little cheeky. And so the custom would say no. Rick Warren's take on this, and this is again coming from a conservative evangelical, is everybody needs Jesus, shouldn't make barriers to anyone from meeting Jesus, and it's fine to have a sign or to have a rule over a baseball cap, but it's not worth fighting over. Don't fight someone and say, I'm going to call the cops if you don't take off your hat. And also, I think the implication Rick Warren would say is, if I'm sitting in a pew and the person over here is wearing a baseball cap, I should not let that ruin my day. I can still praise God. So in other words, I think Rick Warren's take on it is, it's not a great idea, but it's not a salvation issue. Well, maybe it is actually. And if that's what that person needs to do to come to church, let him do it. I'm greatly paraphrasing and simplifying what he says. Yeah.
My question is basic respect. We don't tell them at church, it's more respectful for you to. There's going to be other situations in their life where they're going someplace else, and they're just going to be close.
So I mean, I do think it's fine for us to have some norms and create some expectations. And also, it's good to be generous with people who don't know, who haven't been taught, who don't understand the norms. I mean, just imagine Jesus in this situation. Would he have said, I'm sorry, woman at the well, I can't talk to you because you're wearing the wrong kind of sandals? Of course, our Lord would not have done that and does not do that to us. When I am clueless, Jesus still loves me.
In fairness, I think they just don't know.
People don't know. So I'll give you an example that might hit close to home for a lot of people in this room about respectfulness and varied contexts. In the church where I became an Anglican, it was of an Anglo-Catholic, very high church place. And I learned all sorts of things there. But one of the things I learned there is that when the Blessed Sacrament is out, so during Mass after the priest has consecrated the bread and the wine, so it's out. Until the Blessed Sacrament at the end of communion gets put away and goes back in its box and is, consumed, while the sacrament is out, the only respectful postures while the sacrament is out are standing or kneeling. I was taught it is profoundly disrespectful to sit in the presence of Jesus Christ. Almost every Sunday when I travel, I don't know what your churches are like. If you're in a high church Catholic leaning place, you might have this custom too. I visit churches, and after the people receive communion, everyone sits down. For me, the way I was formed, an alarm bell goes off, and yet, when I'm visiting, I go back, I get back to my place, like everyone else is sitting down. They're not done with communion yet. I have a choice to make. I can attend to my personal preferences, and they're not like bold-faced scruples, but they're kind of scruples. Should I, and often churches don't have kneelers anymore. And I'm, as you may have noticed, sort of tall, so kneeling doesn't always work unless this setup is there for it. Do I stand, and then I'm going to be the only person standing? So I usually make the choice, okay, hey, Jesus, I'm going to sit down, hope we're cool. But in all seriousness, my point is that it's not just other people who struggle with norms for respect or being clear about customs. All I'm saying here, the point I want to make that I've taken too long to make, is to think through this and look at these issues through the eyes of somebody coming to church for the first time, or coming from a Pentecostal or a Lutheran or a Roman Catholic church where they might have different norms and customs. And how do we welcome people? And I don't think a good welcome is you can do whatever you want. Because we usually have, like in some churches, everyone sits at a certain time. So just say that. And then don't scream at somebody who doesn't sit down, because who knows, maybe they have bad knees and it's easier to stay standing or whatever. So just think through all this and establish norms. Okay, I want to press on. But this was a planned digression, but before I started it, I was going to say that so mystery is okay. If somebody decides to learn yoga, the first time you go to yoga class, they're using a bunch of words that you probably don't know. You have to learn them. Like, this word means stand this way, or contort yourself this way, you know. There's stuff you have to learn. And if you go to yoga class for the first time, you're not going to know it, and it's okay. And so mystery is okay. It's fine to get through it, because what we're doing is really great. It's amazing. It's life-changing. And God's amazing, and it's all fine. The next thing I wanted to make a point, this has come up in a couple conversations with people, is St. Paul in I think it's in 1 Corinthians, in the middle, maybe it's chapter 9, not totally sure. Paul talks about, to those under the law, I was under the law. He talks about being like other people, and he says, I became all things for all people so that all might be saved. And that doesn't mean anything goes. It means that Paul, in his life and in his teaching, was willing to kind of meet people where they are. Now, St. Paul doesn't say meet people where they are and bless them where they are and leave them alone. It's meet people where they are and then bring them along into the love of God and the gospel of Jesus Christ. Of course, to meet people where they are, we have to know them. We have to learn who people are. We have to love them. And I think that's easier said than done. And it requires us to set aside our assumptions about what people might want or prefer. So the first task, if we're trying to reach people, and this includes welcoming people, is to get to know people. Just meet people where they are. And to meet someone where they are, you have to see where they are and learn where they are. So there's something that's a little bit related to this, though, that's dangerous in church. Our church is often infected by the consumer ideology of the world we live in, of a world that's transactional, that says there should be an entire aisle at the grocery store with, 75 different kinds of cereal because you want to meet every single person's possible need. And we in the church think we need to be like the cereal aisle, perhaps. We need to do this, we need to do that. If we just had, I don't know, I'm just being silly. If our vestments were shinier, more people would come to our church. let's get shiny vestments because that'll be radiant and attractive. It's dangerous to sort of, and a corruption of the gospel, to yield to a consumer thinking and to think that it's about being attractive, or that we should have, like the cereal aisle, every different kind, and you would like to have a service with only organ music, you would like to have a service with guitar music, you would like to have a service with kazoo music. You don't want any music at all. And so, well, we need to have 4 services because that kind of thinking gets dangerous very quickly. But then there's St. Paul saying, be all things to all people, which means meeting people where they are. Again, there are no quick answers here, but I will say this. As a general rule, in the 70s, not just the Anglican Church, but churches all over the developed West realized that where society was in the 1970s was at a place of wanting to form community and connection. And so we made all kinds of changes in our churches. It was not a time when the broader culture was seeking mystery, transcendence, and so on. And so a lot of churches stopped using their high altar, which was leading people into prayer together, and said, well, we need to be more of a connection, and so let's sit in a circle and put a table in the middle, and now we're a community. And I'm not saying that those were bad choices at that time. It was the churches, and I don't, when I say the church in this case, I don't mean just the Anglican Church. I mean, go to a Roman Catholic church, a Methodist church, a Presbyterian church. Almost everybody adopted this thinking, and I think it was probably the right thinking for that era. We should maybe not wear so many vestments, and being all things to all people meant we're in an era in the 70s when the world feels like it's falling apart, and we need to, people are looking for deep relationships, not just with God, but with one another, so let's sit in a circle. And so the church kind of responded that way in a good faith effort to be all things to all people, and I'm not saying that was a wrong choice. And of course, not every church did that, so you may be living in an exception. What I'm here today to tell you is the year of our Lord 2026 is not the 1970s, and every demographic study you'll read, and I'm pretty sure this is true in Canada as well, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, will tell you that people in their 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, younger people in today's shifting, crazy world where things are topsy-turvy and every day brings a new disaster. Not everyone. Statistics are not people. Statistics are statistics, and the person who you're talking to at any time may not fit the trend. So we have to, again, be all things to all people, but in our wider culture, in the developed West, we are once again living in a time when many people are craving transcendence and mystery and a connection to something deeper. Which means I was in a church in the US on Palm Sunday. I had been at the same church 5 years before, and 5 years before, I led a retreat for their vestry, and the church was full. It was too small. They had to add a service. They were growing. They had outgrown their beautiful historic church, and they were dreaming of building a bigger church building to accommodate all the people coming to their church. It was just a dream. They were trying to figure out how they'd pay for it and what to do. And so 5 years later, I preached there this year on Palm Sunday, and I was not the star of the show. That was Geronimo the donkey. But but I preached in their brand new church building that they have since built and consecrated. It is more than 3 times bigger than their historic church. Brand new place, literally crawling with children and families and young people and old people. Palm Sunday is not every Sunday, but it was standing room only at the main service in their brand new space that was 3 times bigger than their. So this place is thriving. They built their brand new church with only an altar on the liturgical east wall, against the wall. So the priest, like all of God's people, faces east. So the priests, everyone faces the same direction. It's a return to transcendence. It's incense, the whole thing. It bucks all of what many people think of still as the conventional wisdom. If we want to reach young people, we have to simplify, and we have to do all sorts of things. This church is doing none of that, and their growth that's really impressive, because they've tapped into something that people are looking for, something deeper. I think I told you a few weeks ago, when I sat with these college students at a church in Los Angeles that's also growing, and I said, what were you looking for when you came to church? And they said, the truth. That's different from in the 70s and 80s and 90s, Anglicanism especially adopted a kind of gospel that was, I'm okay, you're okay. I'll speak my truth, you speak your truth. And that one I'm not so keen on. I would say that was probably a mistake for us to have adopted complete relativism, because then you get a guy in a powerful place like the White House who just makes stuff up. And, well, I speak my truth, you speak your truth, who can say? It turns out there is truth. Anyway, but I digress. Young people these days are looking for a confident proclamation of truth, transcendence, mystery, high expectations. Tell me what it means. How do I live? What do I need to do? Forward Movement has an app for people to help people say morning and evening prayer. And now, if you go into the settings, there's a whole bunch of different choices you can make to configure this and that. But when it first came out, the only setting on our app was a toggle switch. And in our prayer book, like your, very similar to your BAS, we have traditional language liturgies with these and thous. Thou knowest all things, and we beseech thee, O Lord, like that kind of language. We have traditional language, and we have contemporary language, and also with you, and modern language, both. Almost all of our services are in both traditional and contemporary language. So when our app used to have only a toggle switch, and you could pick which one do you want. And when the app first came out, I would run into people at all kinds of things, and they would say, hey, Scott, I'm using your new app. It's great. And every single person for a year, I would say, how do you have the toggle switch set? And what I discovered, now this was about 10 years ago. So the world's changed a lot in 10 years. But 10 years ago, almost nobody under age 40 was using contemporary language. They were all using traditional language, thee and thou. Almost everybody over age 40 was using contemporary language. I think, generally speaking, that pattern holds. And I would ask people, usually, my follow-up question would be, why do you have it set that way? And the younger folks who had it set to traditional language would say, well, when I'm talking to God, I don't actually want it to sound like the way I talk all the other times. I like it when my language that I pray in is special. That's different than the world was 30 or 40 or even 20 years ago. Again, your context is different. I'm telling you about some anecdotes from the USA, which is obviously not, thanks be to God, Canada. And so I'm not telling you what's true in your places, and it might be different in Kingston versus rural, small farming town. But what I'm saying is we should not assume that what was true in 1930 or 1950 or 1970 or 1990 is still true today in terms of how do we connect with those around us. I think this is a time for us to be curious and not in order to be consumer driven and to try to meet every need and preference, but to say, where are people now and how can we connect without compromising who we are? Because when St. Paul says all that, he is absolutely not saying, well, to the Jews, I was a Jew. He's not saying like, I'm going to pretend and adopt. He's saying, I'm going to do this to make the connection, to speak the language people need to hear. And let's see, what else? Yeah, so I think there is no downside to interrogating any of our assumptions about how we do church. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Jesus doesn't change. The truth of who God is doesn't change. The revelation of God's love for us in the Bible doesn't change whether we read it in King James or a modern language version. Same message. The faith we proclaim is unchanging. Offering our thanks and praise on the Lord's Day is unchanging. There is a core of who we are as Christians, what we teach, and what we do that is unchanging. And in any culture, anywhere in the world, it's unchanging. And then there's a bunch of stuff that does change. And we have to be wise and learn the difference between what is unchanging and essential and not up for debate or discussion, and what are the things that we could change or maybe should change to meet the needs of the world that we're in, to connect with those around us, and for the church to change. Just one more quick example that's not so deep theologically. Back in my parish priest days, I asked somebody who was pretty new to the church to take over we had a buildings and grounds committee that was, responsible for looking at the building and figuring out what we needed to do and making sure the lawn got mowed and the hedges got trimmed and, all this. And a lot of it they did themselves. Some of it we would have a work day at the church and, pick things up, or some of it we paid people to do. But this committee kind of figured it all out. And the new chair decided, the previous person running it always had meetings. Like the third Thursday of every month was Buildings and Grounds Committee, and they were in the parish hall at 7 o'clock at night to have their meeting to talk about what they needed to do. And that's fine. That was no doubt the right answer for them. The new chair decided that they didn't need to do that. They set up a Facebook group, and whatever conversations they needed to have, they had on Facebook. If they had an announcement like, we're going to stay after church after Sunday and do some weeding or whatever it is. And almost everybody thought, well, this is good. We're getting the work done, and we don't have, we don't need to get in our cars and drive to a meeting, and this is fine. And of course, some people really missed the meeting. Well, I used to like it when we came because we'd sit around and talk, and you don't have that, which is true. That's a loss. The point I'm trying to make is trimming the hedges is not in the same category as Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever. But if you have hedges, they do need to be trimmed. That's true. But it doesn't have to be the same person who's always done it. You don't have to have a committee meeting the same way. Like there's a lot that's changeable. And what I would encourage you as church leaders to do is when somebody says, well, we have to do this, ask yourself or them, do we? Do we have to do it this way? Do we have to do this thing? Maybe you do. And I think Bishop Cliff has talked about simplifying things so there's more time for joy. And my sense of many parishes I've been connected to is a lot of churches are maintaining a lot of things that made perfectly good sense decades ago, and the world's changed, but we don't want to stop doing this thing, whatever the thing is. So, and maybe that's the right answer. Maybe the thing, whatever the thing is, should continue, but maybe it's okay. But one of the things I discovered in the first church I served when I was a lowly curate is we were talking about the church had an annual event, doesn't matter what it is, and it had kind of run its course. Everybody was tired of doing it. It wasn't really attracting the same interest it once had, but nobody wanted to stop. And I talked to a bunch of people about it and listened. And what I finally realized is it's a very sweet thing. First of all, sometimes people don't want to be the person, well, it didn't end on my watch. If I just keep it going longer, maybe something will change. Or a sweet, that which is sweet, but an even sweeter thing is, well, if we end this, will it seem like all the time we were doing it and it was good was a bad thing? Are we rejecting all that before? And of course, the answer is no. As we just heard in the reading at morning prayer, to everything there is a season. There was a season for that parish's annual event. It was great. It was fine. It was a good thing to do. And now it's a new season. That doesn't mean that anyone has to regret that previous season. It's just a new season. So I would encourage you in your parishes and in everything about what are the activities we do, how do we do them, who's doing them, to think about, is it a new season? And what does that mean? Okay, I think we have a couple minutes till break. Is that right? Is break 10:45? Okay, so we have a few minutes. Okay, I've been yakking on for a while on various and sundry things that were sort of kind of connected to what we were talking about and what Bishop William asked me to talk about. Based on does anyone have any reactions, questions, comments to anything I've just said in this little, block of meanderings, or anything that you thought mulled over from the previous days as you were, snoozing? Yes.
Same thing with children. There's something called playground.
Yes, playgrounds.
That's wonderful. And but one thing we have a small little area playground. We like toward the front. It's closer to the middle because that's the way the church is configured. But one thing we did learn, soft toys there, hard trunks.
Yes. Absolutely. That is a good lesson. Soft toys, yes.
Unless you bring the train.
Yes.
Run them up and down pews.
Yeah.
Down the pews, fleeing at each other.
Yeah.
My daughter, you're up leading the service, even though she has all kinds of soft toys and things to write with, decides to go out to the rock garden of the church and bring every single rock from outside in and get all the other children to join her. And
Absolutely. Yes. It's all great. Did you have was there another comment?
says something about how you perceive something based on your experience as opposed to somebody else.
Yes.
What happened was, in my household, if you wore a ball cap in the house or to inside a church, the cap would be coming off or you would be going out. Now, I was at a home and there was a young man, very nice person to talk to. He sat down at the dinner table with his ball cap on. And I was being upset. I wasn't enjoying my dinner as much as I should have. Then I found out, to my chagrin and great embarrassment, is he had a condition called alopecia, which means he has absolutely no hair on his body. And he was embarrassed by being bald.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. That is a very helpful story about somebody might be wearing a ball cap because for who knows what reason. Maybe somebody is in a phase in their life or it's something going on mentally and they're terrified and that's their security blanket. It's fine. This is my point, is exactly that, is we can set up kind of clear expectations, and then just as Jesus shows us in the scriptures and shows us today as he loves us now, there's grace. Thanks be to God. There is no ending of grace for us and for anyone else. And as you were saying, I find myself, I have to check myself on a very regular basis. I get very curmudgeonly and and then I'm like, dude, what difference does it make if so-and-so is doing such and so? I don't need to let that wreck my day. That's their problem. It's not my problem. It's only my problem if I make it my problem. So, which is easier said than done. So you could pray for me here.
Yes,
One or two more. Yeah, go ahead.
Rockville, Greek Orthodox Church. And one of the women.
Yeah, this is so that online.
In Brockville, we have a Greek Orthodox church. And one of the women I've done quite a bit of work with, who works at the hospital there, she's a stalwart member of that church. And in the last couple of years, she's been telling me how they've been having increasing numbers of young men come to that church who are not of Greek descent or anything. They don't understand a word that has been going on in the church. The service lasts 4 hours, but there's lots of sort of bells and whistles and everything going on. And there are, and this is kind of where it was triggering my baseball cap question earlier, they have very rigorous standards in terms of what you will behave like and what you will wear when you're in the church. And I don't know if anybody's actually been kicked out ever, but it's made very clear to them that your baseball cap will come off, and for example. And they seem to love it. I don't know, and they're growing by leaps and bounds. So go figure in terms of some of the things you were saying earlier, Ken.
Right. And, just as an example of norms and how it can be, they vary, right? So I think a helpful and a good reason to visit our Greek Orthodox neighbors or travel the world is because it helps me when I do something, when I go somewhere else and experience someone else's hospitality who's different from me. Remember that what I think of as universally normal is not, in fact, universally normal. I was in Jerusalem some years ago visiting a Syrian Orthodox church, and our guide, when we went in there, said, oh, and by the way, here, don't cross your legs. No one is allowed to cross their legs. It's considered very rude, sacrilegious, really offensive. Don't do it. I'm like, okay, but I didn't remember, and so I was sitting there for a while somebody was explaining to us about this church, and I sat down and I just kind of crossed my feet, my ankles, not like this, but and 5 seconds later, a priest came over and said, uncross your legs. I'm like, okay. I said, sorry, they told me, and that's fine. Like, that's fine. They were clear, and I was compliant. Now, if I had said, who are you to tell me to uncross my legs? I think he was a big guy. I think he probably would have just, dragged me out. But I think it is helpful for us to realize that there are no universal norms, and that the best thing we can do is be clear and gracious, both of those, clear and gracious. And my experience often is Anglicans aren't particularly clear, and sadly sometimes are not gracious. So it's all of it's easier said than done. Somebody else, oh yeah, let me give you this little thing so that the online people can hear.
Sorry. Thanks. It was a question about language. There is older language, the traditional, the these and thous, but in new language, just language generally, our meanings are changing. Language doesn't stay put. And this is just I guess, an open question. It's to be aware of the language. This comes with being clear and gracious too, I guess. Be clear about not only what you intend, but how it's being received.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Language does change, and words mean. In traditional language, there's a prayer. It's from, I think, it's older than 1662. I think it's a prayer that begins, "Prevent us, O Lord." And prevent us, in that case, prevent doesn't mean stop. It's the older Latin prevenire. It means go before. Go before us, O Lord. But in traditional Anglican liturgy, it's prevent us, O Lord. So that's an example of a word that, if you don't know what its meaning is there, you're like, well, that's a weird prayer. So yes, language does change, and also people can learn. I mean, I do not assume that my experience is universal, and I have, my brain is wired a particular way, but I grew up as a kid hearing readings always from the King James Bible, hearing prayers. When people prayed to God, they always said thee and thou. Just naturally, I didn't grow up in a liturgical church. And, as a kid, I had to learn words like hither and thither. Those are not words that an ordinary 7-year-old learns and uses in everyday speech. But I learned just from asking or somebody teaching me that means here and there, hither and thither. And so language does change, but I think we shouldn't make the assumption that we have to use only words that everyone already knows, because I'm not even sure how we would do that. I will say, though, when I was a mean parish priest, I would always read our notices, our printed notices, before they went out. And everyone, all of our ministry leaders, our committee chairs, the vestry, the wardens, everybody knew that my rule was, if it's in the printed notices, you have to be able to read it as a first-time guest. If you've never been to this church before, it should make sense to you. So, for example, this church had a custom of collecting stuffed animals around the time of St. Francis Day, when we did the blessing of animals. We would have people bring their doggies and kitties and whatever else to church, and we would bless them. It's very cute, lovely. And then the church also had a custom of collecting stuffed animals, and those would go to a place for children. And the announcement came in, we're collecting animals this year like usual. See Nancy if you have questions. Well, not everyone knows who Nancy is or how to find her. Not everybody knows what like usual means. And then our intrepid parish administrator called the place we'd been donating the animals and said, "Do you actually want these?" And they didn't want them anymore. Because standards had changed and they couldn't take used animals. So the last couple of years they had thrown them away. And so we were doing a thing because it was cute and it made us feel good, but it wasn't something that people needed. So there's a lesson also. Everyone meant well. I mean, Nancy, is a lovely human being and loves Jesus and loves her church and meant well, but sometimes we need to help each other out, and we just had to stop doing that. But we changed, that was my rule. And so in the announcements, in the printed notices, it wouldn't say, we're having a coat drive, and so leave your coats in the narthex, because narthex is a word that you know if you've been coming to church a while. If you didn't grow up in a church, in an Anglican church, you might not know that word. So we tried. And then, of course, if you're serving on the altar guild, you've got to have a dictionary. There's a lot of words to learn. I need an extra purificator and corporal. I mean, you've got to. So in that ministry, yes, there are words. We got to learn them. We're not going to call it the hanky and the placemat. So I think this is part of ministry, is thinking about who are we reaching, and if are we communicating in a way that somebody would feel welcomed and feel part of the church if they're new. And then for people who have specialized ministry, like the Buildings and Grounds Committee had all these words they used that I wouldn't even know, like words for the special trimmers that cut the hedges versus the trimmers that trim tree branches. I know nothing about it. Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Online people, please ask a question.
Um,
Go
I
ahead, somebody, if you want to unmute and ask
I
away. Sorry, I
I
thank you for drawing our attention, and please speak up. We
I
can hear you.
oh I I trained at a Catholic hospital, and for 4 years I went to the chapel.
Hold on just one second. We're working on
Oh,
getting your sound so that we can all hear it here. Try again.
is it all right? Can you hear me?
Yay, we can hear you. Yes, please.
Yeah. I worked at I trained at a Catholic hospital. And for 4 years I went to mass in the chapel at the hospital. And of course everybody thought I was a Catholic. And as years went by, I used to take communion. And as years went by, I continued. I used to take my friend to St. Peter's Church Catholic Church too, and I take communion with her. And one day, one of my girlfriends, after about 15 years of doing this, she said to me one day, you're not supposed to take communion at the Catholic Church. You're just supposed to be blessed." And I felt so bad because the priest there was a very good friend of mine. And so I went to him and I said, "I'm sorry, I didn't, I've been taking communion." And he said to me, "It doesn't matter what you take. You can come and take communion anytime you want." So that's, I, I just changed though and decided that I better not take communion. I better be blessed. I need to be blessed more than anything.
Thank you
So
for sharing that. And that's a helpful reminder for us that we should offer the best hospitality and welcome we can, and also be the best guests that we can. And that's, asking, what are the norms here? And there are Roman Catholic priests, individual Roman Catholic priests, who ignore the Roman Catholic rules. The Roman Catholic Church has very clear rules, and that's exactly right. When we Anglicans visit a Roman Catholic church, according to the norms and rules of the Roman Catholic Church, we are not invited to join them in receiving Holy Communion. But there are clergy who violate, not violate, who offer a different, interpretation. I am not here to tell you what to do, but I think asking, if you're not sure, is the right way to go. And especially visiting a Roman Catholic church, because the vast majority of churches and priests around the world, if they learn that you're Anglican, will be offended if you transgress that rule. And let me just say something about that, by the way, because the reason they have that rule is they understand Holy Communion differently than we Anglicans do. They're not trying to be rude or mean or selfish. Quite the opposite. In the Anglican tradition, we understand that Holy Communion is a reconciling sacrament that brings us together. And if I have sinned grievously, not against the whole church, which means maybe I shouldn't receive communion with the church, but if I've, murdered someone or done something really horrible, who needs Jesus more than me in that moment? No one. So we invite baptized Christians to receive communion as a reconciling sacrament, even and especially if we are estranged, because we believe that at the altar rail, we are brought together by the grace and mercy of Jesus in that moment. I'm simplifying, but that's a simplistic way of explaining our understanding of our teaching as Anglicans. The Roman Catholic Church understands Holy Communion as a sign of unity. It's a demonstration of the unity of the church, of the Roman Catholic Church. And it's bigger, and they have more varieties among Roman Catholics than we have among Anglicans. And so when Roman Catholics get together and receive communion, it's a sign of unity, and it simply doesn't make sense for us to receive communion because there's no unity. We're not yet one church, according to their understanding of ecclesiology. So that's what it is. Their teaching is also from a place of love, but it gets lived out differently. And again, I'm not telling you, I know Anglicans who, every time they go to a Roman Catholic church, receive Holy Communion. I will tell you that my choice, sometimes when I am off the road, I walk to the Roman Catholic church in my neighborhood, and I sometimes sit in on Sunday morning, and I do not choose to receive Holy Communion because I think, I want to be a good guest. You can make your choice. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just trying to explain why that's different. But thank you for sharing that sometimes as a guest, you were receiving Holy Communion and meaning well and had good intentions, and then the priest had good intentions and offering continued hospitality, and that's lovely. Sometimes we do things and we just we don't know until someone helps us. This will be a good note to end on. We'll come back together, we'll have a break here and then come back at 11, and then we're gonna move on to a different topic. Just before the pandemic, I visited Myanmar, or Burma, and I actually got there and I was in Yangon for about 24 hours as the pandemic was breaking out, and I was reading the news and thinking, they're gonna close the border, I better get home. And so I turned around and got on a plane and flew home just as the border shut down. So I'm glad I did that, but I got 24 hours in Myanmar, ish, but my 24 hours included Sunday morning. So I went to the Anglican Cathedral in Yangon. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful building. And showed up on a Sunday morning for the Holy Communion service, which they have different languages, but I went to the English one. Get to the door, and there's a big pile of shoes at the door. And there was a sidesman there. And I said, okay, I'm visiting. I should take off my shoes, right? And he said, No, not everyone does. Many people do, but not everyone does. It's really okay. You can leave your shoes on. That's probably what you're used to. So come on in, leave your shoes on. It's fine. So I did, because he was kind of clear, and I just walked past a big pile of shoes and sat in my pew and noticed that he had not lied. Maybe half the people there had removed their shoes and half didn't. But when it was time for Holy Communion, it's the cathedral's a beautiful old school building with a high altar and a divided chancel and pews. And I mean, it looks right out of central casting for like what you think an Anglican church should look like. And Holy Communion is offered at the altar rail at the high altar. So you've got to, traipse up through the chancel. I noticed that every single person who was setting foot in the chancel had removed all of their foot coverings, shoes, socks, only bare feet, to go into the chancel and to receive Holy Communion. So I am often thick-headed, but I did notice this. So I, of course, took off my shoes and socks to go receive Holy Communion. The priest, too. The priest celebrated the whole Eucharist in bare feet. Take off your shoes. Take off your shoes. The place you are standing is holy ground. I quite loved that custom of saying, this place is set apart as holy space. Take off your shoes. This is holy ground. So I just passed that along as an example of several things. One is just a nice welcome, that there was somebody to be clear to guests and to say, you can do this or not do this, it's fine. But then also, for this, we're not messing around. No shoes or socks. And I thought that's not a custom I had experienced before in a Christian church. And I thought it was lovely, really inspiring. And I couldn't get away with it, but it made me think, if I were ever an incumbent again, wouldn't it be interesting? Because I'll tell you, for me at least, I always have, when I travel, I've got these kind of hiking boots I wear, and like I'm kind of fortified. I've got my shoes and my hiking socks and my boots, and I'm, but that all comes away to receive Holy Communion. It's quite lovely. And so that's a norm in an Anglican church that was different from any other Anglican church I'd been to, which helps me see that our norms are not norms for everyone. And that's fine. It's beautiful, but we should be clear and gracious. And on that note, it is 10:47. I have... Oh, the online. Please help me remember. Online folks, have a coffee while we're having a coffee. We'll be back at 11:03, so everyone gets 15 minutes. Exactly 11:03, and we will resume with online questions. See you then.
Okay, we're back.
All right, friends.
Back on.
We will press on. Some people, I think, are still enjoying fellowship and or snacks, which is excellent. Big fan of fellowship and snacks. Our online friends, I think other people had questions. So if our online friends if somebody wants to unmute yourself and ask your question, please do so.
Hi, I have a question. I'm Norma. I have a question, or not a question, or just a unique situation. We're a small church, but we're a downtown church. So one of the issues we have is we have a lot of people with mental illness in the community. And so we had a fellow who had been regulated with a choir, had dropped out and came back one Sunday morning and was having a psychotic episode, basically, and became louder and louder. And so we weren't kind of sure how to help, what to do in this situation, because we were sitting right at the front with the choir, right? And so being the mother I am, I turned around and told him to shh, which was exactly the wrong thing to do, which set him off more. Afterwards, one of our ladies, who's a psychiatric nurse, gave us some suggestions about what to do and if that should happen again. However, I did find out later that there was a young mother with three three young girls who came out of an abusive relationship, and this was extremely triggering for them. So, in being all inclusive and welcoming, this poses some really serious issues because how do you meet the needs of the one without compromising the needs of others? So, I don't know if you have any experience with that kind of thing or.
Yes, thank you for that. And it's a very helpful, that what you just said is something to wrestle with. And again, as I've said for many other issues, I don't think there's a cookie cutter, one size fits all answer for how do we balance our desire to be a safe space for God's people to gather together, and how do we balance that with safety and being a place that where people are safe themselves and other folks are safe. And I don't think there are quick answers. I think it is helpful to have some plans. So when I was a parish priest, we also had some of this, but not as much as I think people in some communities or city centers might have. But I said to in our case, we call them ushers, but sides people. I said, if something happens, whether that's a potential medical issue or a disturbance of some kind, call the emergency number first. It's easier to apologize later if we need to. Sorry, we brought you out here for no reason. Now, even that was a few years ago, and in the United States, an issue with law enforcement and somebody with mental illness can escalate in a very bad way very quickly. So I'm not sure if I would give that same advice to sides people today, depending on the situation. So that's an example of something that back then in that place seemed like the right answer, and we had a couple times where we had to bring the paramedics or law enforcement to deal with things that happened. But I encourage them, like, call first and we'll figure it out later. Now, as I just said, though, I'm not sure I would give that advice in many places, certainly in the United States now, because the people who show up aren't trained in de-escalating mental illness situations, and it could go very badly. But I think if you have somebody, like you said, you have a psychiatric nurse, if there's a professional person in the parish who can help you make a plan, or maybe sometimes dioceses are good, somebody else if not in your church, maybe there's another church, and I think the place where I serve when I'm not traveling in Cincinnati, there are some plans for what to do. If this such and such happens, this is what we do, and if such and so happens, this is what we do. And so, you want to think about that when everything's calm, so that you've got the playbook ready if something happens in a way that balances safety and so on. I will tell you, let's see. So it's worth thinking about, and I think there's a young person who comes to church every Sunday when I preach in Cincinnati. He and his mom sit in the front row. He has many diagnoses. One of them is something a little like, it's something adjacent to Tourette's syndrome. So he often yells suddenly, just makes a lot of noise. And the people in that church, his name is Zach. The people know Zach and love him, and it's fine. He makes his noise. He praises God in his own way. He didn't do this a few years ago. I don't know what's going on in his brain, but now, sometimes when I'm preaching, he'll say, "Amen," which is sweet. Or sometimes if I tell a joke, he laughs very loud, or sometimes if I don't tell a joke, he laughs very loud. And because we know him, it's quite loud. And I remember the first time I was visiting, he sometimes gets very worked up. he got very worked up and started really making, yelling a lot in the middle of, I think, the sermon. And I was like looking, what's going on here? And then I realized all the people who are regulars are not even paying any attention because they're used to Zach and his praise of God. So the point I'm trying to make is sometimes in his case, he's not a physical threat or a threat in any way to anyone else. We just, the thing to do for him is be welcoming. Other cases, people will be a threat. But I want to give you one other concrete example. When I was parish priest, a man showed up who, I'll omit some details, but he was a former police officer who had been in the news for very sadly and tragically practicing physical child abuse, broken bones, that kind of abuse. I mean, just horrific, horrendous stuff. He showed up at church one Sunday and came to church, and I didn't realize who he was or what was going on at the time, but he'd been in the news, and you know, I'm not breaking any confidence here. It was all very public. And after the service, somebody told me about this, and I was like, I'm not totally sure. So I called the diocesan office and said, tell me and they gave me some guidance, which was this. If he's coming to services, he's in a public place, don't ask him to teach Sunday school. Let him know that he's welcome, but he's welcome to come because he needs Jesus, and we're just going to keep an eye on him and make sure that he's fine. And so I advised the church leaders that this man might be coming back to church, and he did. He became a very faithful Sunday morning person. And of course, when somebody has experienced adversity in their life, even through evil acts of their own choosing, when communities ostracize someone and shut them off, that exacerbates all kinds of problems. And to the extent that it's safe, and I want to never compromise it, in this situation, the external advice I got and the legal advice I got from outside and inside the parish was we could create a safe space. And so we did that. I'm not saying that that's the right answer in any other situation with any other person, but it was the right answer for us. Some people in our church, because this guy had been on the news, were concerned, and they thought I should ban him from coming. And I said, I think as long as we are able to keep him safe and keep the people around him safe, he needs Jesus. So do we all. And so that was fine. It settled down, and it was fine, and he started coming to church, and it was fine. So that's an example of there might have been a temptation, and there was a temptation in some quarters to say, danger, warning, keep him away. So I think this is a long answer to your question, but it's an important one. And this came up in a couple other conversations I have. This is happening across Canada and the US as the prevalence of mental illness is increasing for a whole number of reasons. We as a church need to be ready to, when we can do it safely, welcome people and preserve safety in the most clear and gracious and loving way we can. There may be times when particular people show up with particular background, with particular behavior patterns, or engage in particular behaviors, and for the sake of the whole community, we have to say, you are not welcome here. I have also had to say that to one person. I had to say, you cannot come to this church, and if you come back, I will call the police and you will be removed. I have also had to say that for the sake of the community. And it's painful, painful to say that, but sometimes it's what the church needs to do. Yes?
It's also sometimes helpful to view the bully, regardless of his age or degree of criminality, as also the victim.
Yes, it's helpful to see the problematic person who may have hurt others as also a victim of their own, some, we could go down this conversation for a long time. We need to move on. But all I will say is safety is important and essential for God's people to gather. We don't want to be people who are governed by fear, but we also want to be people who prize keeping God's people safe. And we need to be ready to not have, we just need to be ready to do that and to be sensitive and thoughtful and prayerful. Maybe we need to pray and figure out what's going on or pray for healing. One more comment on this and then we'll move on. Did you have something to say?
Well, I was going to say in this lady's situation, if someone would reach out or befriend this gentleman and talk about if something happens, because he can't control this, obviously, is what would you like me to do? Like kind of buddy
Yeah.
with somebody who's saying, do you want to leave it wood to a cup of coffee together? You know, maybe he just needs somebody to buddy with.
Yeah, so the if you couldn't hear online, one in the particular situation of this person who engaged in problematic behavior, one option is could somebody reach out and say what do you need, what can we do, and that may be an excellent choice. And for some people that's fine. For other people that may not be possible. But I think this is why I say there's no cookie cutter. And in my case, I realize the limits of my experience and knowledge, and I talk to professionals of all kinds, medical people and legal people and other people, because I wanted to make sure that I was doing my duty as the priest in this place to balance our need to be a welcoming church and to be a church where we do that in a safe way. And so I didn't know, I just got help. And I encourage you to do that too. Get help from each other, get help from the diocesan staff, from the bishop, and from God. One more question or comment, and then I want to press on. Does anybody, an online one. Is there another online comment or question? Sorry, I've neglected you. We're all good, we think. Okay, if online folks, you have a question, either unmute and talk if that's you need to do that to get my attention and get our attention, or you could probably drop something in the chat and we would see that, I think. Yeah, you can raise your hand and we'll catch you, and I'll try to be faithful about that. I want to ask if there's anyone who hasn't spoken yet who has a question or a comment. Yes. Yeah, so in that case, if this gentleman was saying that in this place, the police department is equipped to deal with people who may have mental challenges of some kind, and they can come in and help. And if that's where you are, or there are other professionals available, great. If that's true, that's excellent. In my world, in a country where every other person's walking around with a gun, that advice may not work. So be grateful for where you are. I want to press on to other topics here just a little bit. We've been talking about discipleship and here welcome and hospitality and worship. I want to say a few things about leadership. The title of this was Discipleship for Leaders. And the point of all this has been, as leaders, we are first disciples, and we have to attend to our own journey. And it's hard for me to help someone else know Jesus if I myself don't know Jesus. And if I lose my way, and inevitably all of us who are followers of Jesus lose our way sometimes. Read your Bible. St. Peter certainly did, and others. So we need to attend to our own relationship with the living and true God, with our Savior, to know the Spirit's presence in our life in order to help others. So that's important. Can't neglect that. Job one. And then there are questions about leadership. I think most everyone here is a leader of some kind in the church. And I just want to make a few comments about leadership. One is that if you just go to a local bookstore and read, just ask the people at the desk, show me all the books on leadership. There will be a lot of books on business leadership, for shorthand, we'll say secular leadership. And a lot of them will have really excellent advice and things to say. Absolutely. But the aim of a generic, whether it's a corporation or some other entity, even a nonprofit, secular leaders may have different objectives than Christian leaders and a different vocabulary of action. We can certainly, as Christian leaders, learn a lot. I learn a lot about leadership all the time from the Harvard Business Review, great articles. Some of them are comically unrelated to church, but sometimes I learn a lot about how to be a better church leader from reading some of the best thinkers on leadership in our world. And so, but the objectives are different. If you're a corporate leader, your objective as a leader is to get more money for the corporation. And everything you do ultimately will be governed by money. If you have to let someone go, you want to minimize the expense of saying goodbye to this person. What's the least amount we have to pay? How do we avoid any possibility of liability? It's, the dollar sign is the yardstick for a secular leader. Now that said, thanks be to God, in the last 50 years, most of the best secular leadership people will tell you that it literally pays to be a decent human being. And so corporations have discovered that it turns out when you treat people better, it's actually better for the bottom line. And so there's not just a profit motive, there's also a be kind motive. That's a good thing. In church, it's just the other way around. Our first mission always is to make disciples. It's about love of God, love of neighbor. And we're also concerned about money. We want to make sure that our churches are sustainable, that we're using the resources God has given us well. But our first impulse, I hope, always, as Christian leaders, is the mission of the church. You see the difference. That doesn't mean we're at odds with secular leadership principles, but we might be marching to the beat of a different drummer. So that's one thing to just note. And there are plenty of things we can learn from leadership books. I'll give you an example. I, for a while, worked in the tech industry during the dot-com boom and stuff. And I couldn't even count. I hired a bazillion people to do tech jobs, and sometimes that meant, as things were changing, I also had to let go of a bazillion people and fire people for this or that reason. So I got a lot of experience doing this. And early on, in a very cash-driven enterprise, was absolutely the motive for the company I was working for was make money. And also, one of my bosses, when I was getting ready to say goodbye to some people that we needed to let go, fire, he said, and he pointed me to an article actually, that said, when you say goodbye to people, do that as kindly and as generously as possible. And in this case, again, it's the profit motive, right? Because it's corporate leadership. It's because it's a small world and people talk, and if you're mean as people are leaving, their last impression of your company is that you're a bunch of jerks. And then when their friend someday is thinking about applying for a job, they say, don't work there, they're jerks. As opposed to if you let them go kindly and give extra money and, just then their last impression is, well, they were decent. And so when their friend's applying for a job, oh yeah, those are good people, you should work there. So you see, it ends up pushing people to be decent because of a profit motive. Just shows that we all, if we do the good thing for a weird reason, it's fine. But I'm saying this a particular example because sadly, I can't speak about the Anglican Church of Canada with any authority on this. In the Episcopal Church, I can tell you with high confidence, and I would say this if I were talking to a bunch of Episcopalians as well, I have said it. The church should be the very best employer. Because who values the dignity of every human being? Who says, love God, love your neighbor? Who says, speak the truth in love? Like, just go down the list. All of that should make, wow, I love working at church. And yet, churches are often the very worst employers. We want to pay the cheapest possible salary. In the US, we try to be stingy with benefits. If we have to let somebody go because of the budget demands it, or somebody's not doing a good job, we're like, okay, well, we're going to give the minimum of 14 days notice and then you're gone. And it's terrible. I say this often. We shouldn't think that way. We let a scarcity, a fear about money, take over our mission imperative. So as leaders, I'm here to tell you today, mission of the church always comes first. And as a leader, everything we do should reinforce that mission. I'm very happy to say, to give you a positive example, I'm not trying to toot my own horn on this one, but right at the beginning of the pandemic, at Forward Movement where I serve, we could see what was going to happen to churches because they were all closing down, which means people aren't buying books for book groups, and all sorts of things were going to change. I had to let 4 people go. I had to say goodbye to 4 employees right at the start of the pandemic. Couldn't even meet. I always try to let people go face to face. Couldn't do that because we were in lockdown. So I had to set up a Zoom call with somebody and say, I'm really sorry, but your employment's ending. We tried to do that as our impulse, and our board of directors fully supported this. Our impulse was not, what's the least amount we can pay out as we're leaving? Our decision was to do the opposite and say, what's the most generous we can be and still remain sustainable? So we got to do the right thing, and I was very grateful to be able to do the right thing. And it's not easy to say, I'm sorry, your job is ending, but we tried to be as generous as possible. Well, a few months ago, and one of the people was devastated by this news, understandably. I ran into somebody who had worked at Forward Movement that I'd had this conversation with. Well, I was out walking my dog, and she saw me first, and she said, oh, Scott, how are you? And we chatted for a while, and I said, I hope you're well. And I had heard through the grapevine she found another job pretty quickly, which is great. And she is a really talented human being. She's a graphic designer. And I said, I'm just curious. I would totally understand if the answer to this question is no. I said, we have some needs that are bigger than our current staff can do. You do really great work. Is there any chance we could ever put you on a contract to help us out to do a little bit of work? If you don't want to, I would completely understand. And she smiled and said, no, I love what you're doing. I would love to work with you again. Which is not about me. It turns out that when we do the right thing, when we actually practice the gospel, which is to be truthful and direct and clear and generous, not only does it feel better, but it is better in every possible way. And so I encourage you as a leader in whatever decision you're making, whether it's someone's employment or just anything, to think about how to make that an occasion for blessing. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Whether maybe it's a celebration thing and you're giving thanks for something, but how can it be a blessing? Okay, that's the difference of mission in church leadership versus secular leadership. Another one is a very smart friend of mine. I was talking with him about leadership, and he said he thinks, and I believe he is exactly right, the most important character of a Christian leader is humility. And what he means by that, we talked about it for quite a while, is in all kinds of ways. Humility to realize it's not about me. Whatever it is bigger than me. It's about the whole church, it's about God, it's about the world. It's pretty much never about me. That requires humility to take myself out of the center of the story. Another kind of humility is to be quick to admit mistakes. It turns out as a leader, when you make a mistake, it turns out that just about every time, if you say, gosh, I got that wrong, I'm so sorry, how can we fix this? Almost everybody will hear that and say, okay, let's fix it. Now, humility does not mean a lack of confidence. It doesn't mean that you can't lead and have a vision and bring people along or encourage people or, if necessary, chasten people. You can be a strong leader who's taking people somewhere and stay humble and be open to learning things and be open to the idea that I may start down a path, and if I'm being faithful in my prayer life, I may realize that I've started down the wrong path and God wants me on a different path, and I have to be humble enough to let go of my pride and say, okay, I was headed down the wrong road. It's time to turn. Because turning is what we Christians should be really good at. I just want to kind of keep going down these bullet points on leadership, and then we'll pause for a second. So I talked a little bit about mission versus, in secular leadership, their mission might be profit motive, perhaps, or something else. We have to be clear, I think, with ourselves and with the people we serve on our mission. And that's very important in local churches, because you can tell me if this sounds familiar or not. My experience of churches, local churches, often is the mission becomes keeping on, keeping on. Our mission is to be here and to do what we've always done, because that's what we've always done. So that's our mission. And we end up running a museum and sort of saying maintenance is our task, keeping things just the way they are. Which, my friends, is of course not the mission of the church. Jesus in the 28th chapter of Matthew did not say, go therefore and do things the way you've always done them. He said, go therefore and make disciples. So we have to be clear on what is our real mission, and we have to keep the main thing, which is not always easy. And I, as a leader, have to be clear on that in my own mind and in my own thinking and in my own prayer life. And as a leader, when I'm communicating with others, I have to be clear on that as well and keep reminding people. I'll tell you, this is me. Usually I learn things the hard way. I had a sabbatical some years ago, And while I was on my sabbatical, one of the things I sort of wanted to think about is I was frustrated at Forward Movement with my observation that we've got a staff of around 20 people. I had observed that a lot of the people on our staff couldn't connect their work to our mission at Forward Movement. Either they just didn't, like literally, when I would say, what's our mission, they couldn't articulate it in any way or couldn't make those connections. And I would get super frustrated. And one day when I was on my sabbatical, I was like, sipping a sparkling water somewhere or something. And like a lightning bolt, it occurred to me, wait a second, dude, you're the executive director. This is your literal job. My job is to remind everyone all the time, what is our mission, and to connect it for people. That is like actually my job. And if people don't know the mission, it's just like when you point at somebody else, there's one finger pointing at somebody else and three pointing back at me. I realized in the middle of my sabbatical, I, as the leader, was doing it wrong. So when I came back, I said, okay, I need to do a better job of constantly talking about our mission, connecting our work to our mission, and it helped some, which is a good thing. So we have to be clear about the mission and be clear with the people we're serving, whether that's a committee or a bunch of lectors or a vestry or a whole church. We have to be clear with ourselves and with others. What is our mission as a church? Why are we here? What's our goal? And besides the philosophical make disciples, there may be more specific ones. You may have a goal of we are trying to increase our attendance, or we want to recruit more Sunday school teachers, or whatever it is. What is our mission? Another important one, this one I think for those of you, us, who are liturgical leaders of any kind, is very important, but it also applies to other aspects of church life too. There's a hierarchy of how we do things, and my observation is clergy especially often get this wrong, and lay leaders too, which is this. Let's talk about liturgy first. When I'm trying to figure out how are we going to do this, the first category, the top of the hierarchy, is how do we as Anglican Christians do this? And here you are in Canada, what does the Anglican Church of Canada teach about how to do this? What are our rules? What books do we use? What liturgies do we say? How do we do it? What does the wider church do? And when General Synod is doing their voting on new things or whatever, figuring out liturgies, same thing for our General Convention, they, I hope, are looking above that for the whole Christian church. Like there are norms that Christians all over the world use bread and wine for communion. So we're not going to say you can use Coca-Cola and chicken nuggets for communion, because that's not what Christians for all time and places, almost all time and almost all places, have done. So we're not going to come up with a new liturgy for like the liturgy of the Coke and the chicken nuggets. Okay, so there's that level. Then there's we use the BAS or the BCP or other authorized liturgies. That's what I know you've had other people teaching, you've had Gordon in here teaching about that. But that comes first. Then the next thing is, how does this local church do it? There are often local customs about we collect the offering this way, or we wear this kind of vestments, or the priest usually stands here, or whatever it is, whatever the local customs are, we as leaders should honor those. And then the last on the list is my personal preferences or your personal preferences. And I say this is a very important thing because what sometimes happens, especially with clergy, and by clergy I mean in this case particularly priests, but not always, sometimes somebody shows up and says, I know that you're not used to using incense here, but I like it, so we're going to use incense every Sunday now. Now, possibly that's a good and that's the right thing to do in that place. I'm not giving you cookie cutter solutions at all. But the first impulse for that shouldn't be, well, I like it. If you find yourself saying, well, I like or I want, immediately hear yourself and be suspicious of yourself. And I say this out loud with the full humility that this is a tough one for me, because I often think I'm very clever, and I go to a place and I think, well, I know a better way to do it. But that is rarely the right impulse. So big church, big C church in Anglican Church of Canada, what do we do? What does this local church do? And what are my personal preferences? And our personal preferences should be last. I had a conversation. I'll tell one on myself. When I started at this church that I've been talking about, they had a local custom of one Sunday a month during the year. The organist took the Sunday off, and they had a praise band. This is not my personal aesthetic preference. I went in with my thought that, okay, I'm confessing to you, my sisters and brothers in Christ. I went in and my thought was, okay, I'm going to humor this for a while, and then I'm going to find a way to shepherd them off the stage so that we can have organ music every Sunday, because organ music is better. It's more Anglican. That's not true, of course, but so that I went in thinking that God is amazing, and God got to me. It only took about 2 months, about 2 times of them playing. I realized these people are great. The energy is great. They're offering their best. They're beloved parishioners. This is a good thing. What needs to change here is not them, it's me. So God, working through these excellent people, converted me to really support and encourage their ministry. And some of what they needed was some equipping and some teaching. I got a really excellent, well-known Episcopal musician agreed to come and work with them some, because they were already good. I mean, their quality was good. They just needed to learn a few things. But God changed me. I went in with the idea that I'm going to change them, and God worked on me. So sometimes that happens I had to stop yakking, be a little patient, and realize that God is God, and I am definitely not. So I encourage you, when you're thinking about whatever it is, this church, just to make an example, this church wears cassock and surplice, but I prefer to wear an alb, so I'm just going to wear what I like. Maybe that's not the right answer. Or maybe it is in your case. Sometimes you'll find that it is the right answer. And one way to know, I mean, if God doesn't come clearly to you, sometimes he does, in my experience, at least in my life. Sometimes God's crystal clear, and sometimes I'm too obtuse to catch on. So I talk to wise friends and deeply grounded spiritual people, and I say, I'm wrestling with this, help me out. And sometimes they immediately say, dude, you need to get over yourself. Or sometimes they say, no, you absolutely stick to it. They need you to fix that. So, but just be mindful so that we are always as followers of Jesus, but especially as leaders in the church, putting our own personal whims and preferences last in the pecking order. We can talk about this more later and so on. But on a related note, I don't want to, contradict Gordon or steal his take the wind out of the sails or anything else, but I want to note one thing about leading liturgically, whether that's reading a lesson or leading morning prayer or administering Holy Communion or whatever task we have, preaching. Our task in liturgy is to lead people toward God, to help people offer their thanks and praise, to ask for God's blessings, to repent, to get a new start with God. It's all about God and not about us. And one of the things that that means is that we should endeavor to not make ourselves as liturgical leaders the center of attention. We always want to be leading people to God. And again, this is my continued theme. There's no cookie cutter answer. If, okay, here's an example. Because I'm tall, I have also very big feet. I don't know what sizes, how shoe sizes work here. In the US, I'm a size 16. In European sizes, I'm a size 50. I have big feet. If I were to wear, those sneakers that little kids wear with the lights on them? They're awesome. I always compliment kids on their excellent shoes when I see them at church that way. I love it. If I, as the celebrant in most churches, were to wear light up shoes like that, it would be distracting. It's not that light up shoes are bad. It's not even bad that a grown-up wears them. It's that in most churches, that's a thing that would cause people to pay attention. Look, our priest is wearing light up shoes. And that shouldn't be happening. Now, maybe if you're at a youth assembly or something, or you're with a bunch of kids, they're like, oh, cool, our priest is wearing light up shoes, and they go on. And it's normal and it's fine, and it doesn't distract. It might even help bring people toward God. So that applies to how we lead. If I adopt a voice, the Lord be with you. Well, I've just done a very showy thing, and now people are noticing either why is he doing it that way, or that's very operatic, but they're not responding, and also with you or in with thy spirit, thinking about, I've just given the greeting of Boaz and getting the response, which is what we want. So in everything we do, how we lead, how we inhabit the space, some of it's where we stand. If I am a guest preacher often, and in some churches, the preacher always stands in the pulpit, and in some churches, the preacher never stands in the pulpit. If I, as a guest preacher, show up and stand in a weird place, what's weird to them to preach, what they're going to notice for the first 3 minutes of my sermon is, why is he standing there? It's not that the chancel steps or the foot of the aisle or the pulpit are inherently good or bad. Now, it may be that there's a deliberate choice, and let's just pick one. Let's say you're in a church. Well, I'll give you an example of a choice I made that I believe was the right one, the correct one. When I arrived at this church I keep talking about, one of the things is, as exemplified by, I told you, the Maundy Thursday pizza party, they sometimes struggled with a sense of awe and holiness and reverence. And, I didn't need to wag the finger. I just tried to inhabit it. And the Sunday morning service was a little bit casual, not low church, just, and it's not that I think formality is good and informality is bad. I don't want you to hear me saying that you should all be formal high church people. That's not true. There are a zillion faithful, excellent ways to praise God. And God's people do it a zillion different ways every Sunday, and it's good. But I thought one thing I could do at this place to encourage a kind of reverence is to manifest reverence. So I started the custom of, as we were setting the table, doing all the ablutions and the washing of things and like all that stuff. And after Holy Communion, washing everything and putting it all away instead of just after communion, sticking it all on the credence table and moving on. I don't think that one is inherently better than the other or that it was maximally, I don't have any of those thoughts. My thinking in doing it was, and I talked to other people, I didn't just unilaterally do it, even though our rules allow the priest to unilaterally do stuff like that. And I could have just started doing it that way. And if anybody said anything, I could have said, yours is not to question. I have the authority. You will obey. I mean, I could have said that, but of course I didn't. I hope no one does. But my thinking was, I'm going to, and the ministers at the altar, the lay people, and eventually the deacon, we are going to demonstrate that we are taking this really seriously, that this is a big deal what we're doing here. We're not just going through the motions. And so we're going to get everything ready very carefully and clean everything up very carefully to kind of incarnate the idea that what we're doing here really matters. In the way that that church in Myanmar/Burma said what really matters is you don't wear socks or shoes when you come to the altar rail. Now, in some churches, you might need to do just the opposite and strip away formality to say, our purpose here is not to repeat the exact same thing the way we've been doing it since, 1952. But my choice, I wanted to make a choice to bring God to the center, and that's what I did, which seemed like and still seems like it was probably the right thing to do there, but may not be the right thing to do anywhere else. The point I'm trying to make is I, as a leader, was trying imperfectly, to be sure, to make the liturgy about God. Oh, and just a quick comment. You will now hear, you've been hearing many of my pet peeves. I will now tell you a big one, which is in, I believe in To Love and Serve, the word liturgy. We in the Western Church were told a lie in the 1970s, starting in the 1970s, that liturgy means work of the people. That is not true. And the noble reason behind that teaching was they wanted to invite the assembly. This was led by our Roman Catholic siblings, but it wasn't just them. You want to involve the assembly and say that when you go to the liturgy, it's not a spectator sport and you're watching the priest do everything. We all gather, we're all God's people, we're doing things together. That's true and worthy and noble and good. And they were trying to say, well, liturgy means work of the people, which gets interpreted, the unintended consequence of that is we begin to think that what really matters, if I'm sitting in the pew, is, well, what do I do? What am I doing? That's why we're here. It's work of the people. I need to do some stuff. And so if there's an action taking place, if the priest is doing something that I'm not involved in, well, that must be bad because it's work of the people. What liturgy actually means is, you can interpret it a couple different ways, either a public work or a work for the people. An example would be in the ancient Greek world, if a person of means donated money for a town to have an assembly hall, a place where the town could gather and for meetings and learning and instruction. They didn't have churches back then, but for an assembly hall, a basilica, if somebody donated that money, that offering, that donation of money and the erection of that building was called a liturgy. It was a work for the people, for the whole people. A liturgy in the ancient Greek world was a work done for the people, which I'm here to say, especially in this secular age, liturgy, when we get together on Sunday morning, it's not about us. Whether we are a priest, a deacon, or a layperson, or a catechumen, it's not about well, how many lines do I have? Where do I get to sit? Those are the wrong questions. what we are doing is for the good of the whole people. So in Brockville, when you get together and have your liturgy, it's not just for the people in the room. It's for God and for the people outside the church. It's for God and for everyone. It's a public work. It's for the good of the world. Liturgy is a public work. It's an offering for the whole world. And also, I'm not saying we should go back to some imagined era when we lived in a clericalist world where the people were never told this. This is another thing that's been debunked in teaching, but I'm not saying the assembly doesn't matter. It does, because the whole people of God come together. Catechumens, if they're intending to be baptized, lay people, deacons, priests, bishops, come together. Everyone matters because everyone's God's child and matters. All that's important and good, but what's really important is that we're leading ourselves to God and to praising him and knowing his blessings and seeking God's blessing for the whole world. It's bigger. Thank you for attending my rant. Just a couple other quick thoughts. I mentioned generosity in leadership. Being as generous as possible all the time is a good thing. When I visit churches a lot, and sometimes people will say, "Oh, Scott, you're here. Why don't you, would you help us administer Holy Communion?" Not because they want to put me to work, but they want to offer me the gift of being able to do that. That's generosity on their part, instead of saying, "Well, we're going to do it. We don't need you." It's a generous offering. As leaders, in every way, if we can practice generosity, that is the gospel, and that's a good thing. Generosity when somebody makes a mistake. A lector reads the wrong lesson. Somebody just does something wrong. It's fine. It's generous. Now, certainly offer teaching so they don't make that mistake every time, but generosity is never the wrong impulse. Truth. This is a tough one for Christian leaders. We are exhorted in Ephesians to speak the truth in love. This can be a tough one because a lot of us who are church leaders are conflict averse. And it may be hard to speak the truth because we know that doing so will hurt someone's feelings or create some kind of rift or something. It'll disturb the peace. But if it's the truth and it needs to be spoken, we have to look past our own squeamishness and speak the truth in love. All of that together. Speak the truth in love. If I get mad as a leader and I say, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. And I'm mad, I might be speaking the truth, but if it's not in love, it's not going to be a good experience for me or for you. If I say, well, I don't have a good example of what it might be, but if you were doing something, what I can't imagine that you would be, but if you were doing something that you shouldn't be doing, and I don't know, I don't want to be upsetting, then the body of Christ isn't getting built up, because if you're doing things you shouldn't do, you need to learn that. And so what I need to do is to say, hey, look, I have to have a tough conversation with you. How are you today? And you tell me and we talk. You say, look, you've been doing this thing, and I'm really sorry to say I have to ask you to not do it, and here's why. And if I say it in love and try to protect, respect your dignity, that can be a good thing. And it might be necessary for the body of Christ. So we have to be willing to speak the truth. Oh, I'll give you an example that might be close to home. Some of you might be administering Holy Communion or have responsibility for people who are. I have a friend of mine who's a priest who, one of the Eucharistic ministers the people authorized to administer the chalice, I'm not sure what terms you use here, a chalice bearer, was a leader in the church and got upset over something, the details don't matter, but this person started a lot of the kind of nasty, mean gossip that Christians can be very good at. A lot of dissent and trying to tear things down and undermine the leadership of other people, including the priest, but not just the priest, and really trying to tear apart the fabric, because this person was so mad they were going to take out their anger on everyone else in the church. And my friend the priest had to say, I know what you're doing, and that is not acceptable behavior in the body of Christ. You will not administer the chalice until you repent and apologize to the people you've gossiped about and stopped the behavior. Because you can't be standing at the altar sharing the blood of Christ if you're tearing apart his body. That was really hard for her to say, but it absolutely needed to be said. So sometimes as leaders, we're called to say hard things in love, but it has to be both, true and in love. I'm almost done with my bullet list here. Another one is, we've talked about change some. I will just say that change is not inherently good. It's not that, oh, I thought of a new thing we can do on Sunday morning. I'm going to change it because that'll be good. That's an unhelpful approach. And also an unhelpful approach is I'm going to avoid all change until forced to change. Change itself is neither inherently good nor bad. Sometimes in the church as leaders, whatever our leadership capacity is, in order to fulfill the mission of the church, we need to resist change and say, no, we need to keep doing this. Being fashionable doesn't matter. This is a worthy, ancient thing we need to keep doing. Change is bad. Other times, we need to be ready to say, it's time to change. Just because we did it that way since 2002 doesn't mean we should keep doing it that way. And so, as leaders, making sure we don't fall on the wrong part of the spectrum about our responses to change. And that also has to include myself. I find it as a leader, one of the things that I find most annoying and difficult is when I realize that what needs to happen is I need to change. It's easy in the way my brain is wired to get other people to change. But when I have to change, whew, that's a tough one. But sometimes I'm called to change. So we have to be ready to think about change carefully. And remember that Jesus said when he was asked, what's the most important thing? Love God, love your neighbor. I want to give you, last but not least, another example, which is, as leaders, one of the things we can do is practice discernment and help ourselves, which is our prayer life, and maybe a spiritual director or a wise friend, always be discerning, and to help other people discern. And one of the things I have observed in churches is sometimes somebody will be doing a thing that a neutral outside party would look at and say, well, this person isn't gifted in doing this. But somehow they're doing it and it's a challenge. Let me give you, or sometimes we need to call someone into a new ministry who hasn't done it before because we can see that someone has gifts. Let me give you 3 quick vignettes. One is I paid for my theological education by being the organist at a very large Roman Catholic church. And when I arrived, there was a man who came to one of the weekend masses, and he was ostensibly there to help me and to be a singer, but he was a really terrible singer. Monotone, couldn't keep, he meant well, loves Jesus, great human being, really nice. What's that? A joyful noise, but not a good singer. And also he had some other challenges in his life. he was there, and my first thought, which I'm not proud of, but I'm being honest with you, is this is annoying to me personally. I managed to on that time, like, okay, it's not about you though, it's fine. He's joyful. It works for the church, like, okay, it's fine. And then I started thinking, I bet this man has other gifts. I bet there's something in this church he could do that would align with his gifts, and this doesn't. And I thought about that for a long time, like months. One day, I was a little later than usual, so I popped into, as more people were arriving for the service. Usually I was up at the organ, up in the high balcony before anybody was, coming in. And I was a little later, and I realized that it was a bustling place, and it wasn't super welcoming. And I thought, well, this guy's super joyful and nice. So I said to him one day, just on a whim, I said, Bob, I was a little late for church, and I noticed there's not really anyone there to welcome people. I wonder if you'd be willing to try maybe next weekend for Mass, being there before the service, and then being around to stay there to be a person who welcomes people into the church. He said, okay. He was so good at that. He was so joyful, and he did that so well that it was good. And it wasn't, because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. He was offering his best. But I could see that God probably had something else that he could do that would align with the way he would, with the gifts he had been given by God, that would serve the church. And that has been my experience, is sometimes there are things that we can help people move to, or we might need to move to. We might need to let go of something and say, why am I beating my head against the wall and doing this thing? I'm obviously not good at it. Maybe I can find someone else to do this part of my leadership. Or maybe I need to take a class and learn. I mean, that's possible too. Another example, I met with a high school student when I was a parish priest who was going on a mission trip. She went to a Catholic high school, full Episcopal family, but she went to a Catholic high school, and her school had a rule that before and after the mission trip, you had to go and talk to your priest about the trip. So she made her appointment and came to talk to me about her trip. And I knew who she was, and she was in the youth group, and but I hadn't one-on-one talked to her for a long time. And I talked to her, I'm like, wow, she really knows a lot about God. She's pretty interesting. So we met, before, and she came back after the mission trip and learned a lot, and it rocked her world. I think she was 16 maybe at the time. And on the second meeting, I said, Allison, I think you have a lot to say. Would you ever consider preaching? She laughed. She said, you're kidding, right? And I was like, no, I'm not kidding. I think you could tell us stuff about God that we need to hear. And she said, yes. It was so good. And so then I put her on, not very often, but I added her to the list. Not on Youth Sunday, not on a Sunday when we're trying to make the kids look cute. No, because this child of God, a full member of the body of Christ, could teach us about God. So I encourage you also to look in surprising places, because, that may not be a usual thing. Maybe in your church it is a usual thing. Another one is, in the church I served, you can tell from all the things I've said, we were fairly, not full-on Anglo-Catholic, but fairly high church. We decided to introduce the ministry of subdeacon. Do you know about this? So, okay, a couple yeses and some nos. So in a traditional high church Anglo-Catholic parish, there must be some here. If not, you can go to Toronto. There's some over there. With incense and chanting and all the trimmings. At the altar, there are always 3 sacred ministers, and they're called that, sacred ministers, all wearing vestments usually. There's the celebrant, who's a priest, and there's a deacon, and there's a person called a subdeacon who is a layperson, always a layperson. So when you do this, and when the deacon's a real deacon, you get a priest, a deacon, and a layperson together leading the service. And in the traditional way, these three people function as a unit, and they move around together, and they sort of stay, connected at the hip. And it's a very beautiful thing to see several orders of ministry manifesting the togetherness of leadership. But also their traditional jobs. And so the celebrant, stands in the middle of the altar doing all the priest stuff. The deacon stands on the right and does the deacon stuff. And the subdeacon stands at the altar and deals with the book, turning the pages, and administers a chalice when it's time for that, and traditionally reads the epistle lesson. So, so the epistles, the subdeacon, the gospels, the deacon, it's a beautiful thing. It can be precious, but it's overly precious, but it's a beautiful thing. I really liked the idea of every Sunday having a vested layperson at the altar to be an integral part of the celebration. I thought there was all sorts of good stuff about that. And it's many hands make light work. It eases all the tasks that need to happen. Because when it's time to administer Holy Communion, you need to get all the chalices ready. Well, now you've got 6 hands at the table to do everything fast, as opposed to just 2 or 4. So I was thinking about this when it was time to start it, and I thought, who should we ask to be the first subdeacon? This church has never had one before. Who's going to really show what it means? And I realized that our head acolyte was a young man named Chris, who at the time was 15. He was about to be confirmed. And I said to him, Chris, we're going to be starting this new thing. It's called subdeacon. Here's what it would mean. You do this and blah, blah, blah. And I told him, I said, you're not quite confirmed yet, but the day you're confirmed, I'm going to ask the bishop for a license for you to administer the chalice and serve in this ministry. And he said yes, maybe with a little trepidation. And my gosh, he was so good at it. Because sometimes younger people have things to teach older people. And of course, all the other acolytes saw their peer vested, standing at the altar, helping with the incense, doing all of it. That is really cool. Can I do that? So my point here is not how awesome I am, because I'm not really, I screw up all the time. It's that God's people are awesome. And as leaders, if we can help God's people discover their gifts, and in doing so, if we can discover our own gifts, that is an amazing thing. And as a church, when we do that, that changes the whole culture of the church. And people, they wouldn't articulate it, but things start flourishing when people discover their gifts. It just happens. It's like watering plants. The body of Christ flourishes when people discover their God-given gifts. And then people who show up for the first time are like, there's something about this place. It feels alive in here and joyful. Bishop William wants us to talk about joy. It feels joyful because people are doing the things that God made them to do. And then the people in the church realize that, and then they say to their neighbors, you should come to my church. It's amazing. I feel so alive when I'm here. And all of that happens when leaders are focused on bringing people to the knowledge and love of the Lord and not making it about ourselves. I just thought of one more thing I have to say, an important thing that would have been a better ending. But I want to give one more piece of practical advice that's very important. I just remembered Jennifer, my first rector, full credit to her, taught me early on the lesson of, and I'm sorry for this abrupt shift, but this is a lesson in what she taught me is called disproportionate anger. When somebody comes up to you and screams to you because you moved the altar candle 2 inches to the left. That level of anger because you moved, I'm not exaggerating, I have heard screaming over a candle moved 2 inches. When somebody screams about a candle that moved 2 inches, whatever they're mad about is not actually the candle. And what my mentor taught me is that as a leader, when somebody comes at you all guns blazing and they're spitting mad about something, when they're really mad like that, whatever it is, it has nothing to do with you, probably. And the right posture is curiosity. It's to figure out, what is this person really mad about? And if you can figure that out, maybe you can do something about it, or maybe you can't. In the case of the specific real-world example of the person who screamed about a candle that moved 2 inches, well, the screaming wasn't at me, it was at my mentor. Her husband had died. It was a projection of her grief. And the solution wasn't to fight about the candle, it was to love her and offer her care through the grief. So my advice to you as leaders, whether you're a lay reader, or you're in charge of the lectors, or you're a deacon, or the priest, or even the bishop who's here now, any of us who are leaders in the church, when somebody's really, really, really mad, it's almost certainly not about the thing that they say they're mad about right then. And our task is to, through curiosity and by God's grace, do what we can. And it may not be anything. It may be you learn about some pain, and all you can do is pray for them and pray for the grace to be the leader they need. Okay, we have 4 minutes. Are there any quick questions or comments? Yes.
Is subdeacon different from lay administrator?
Is a subdeacon different from a lay administrator? In some ways, no, and in some ways, yes. Subdeacon as an office was abolished in the 20th century in the Roman Catholic Church. It used to be like a formal office, just like lector and porter and other things were, doorkeeper and porter. No, there was a whole hierarchy of ordination that started with doorkeeper and went up through subdeacon to deacon to priest and beyond. Subdeacon's more of a liturgical role that's inhabited by a layperson in partnership with a deacon and a priest. So it's not a separate office, but in practical terms, to be a subdeacon, you'll require a license. If you do that here, you'll need training and whatever licensure you need to administer a chalice, and perhaps if you need a license to read scripture publicly, you'll need all the training to do those jobs, but it's a separate thing. I am not here to tell you to have subdeacons. My point is, we were doing this thing, and the person who was best for us to inhabit that role first was not what we might have thought of as one of the usual suspects. One more comment or question, including from our online friends, if we have any hands up, but anyone here? All right, so we will end on that note after whatever necessary announcements there are. But I invite you, tomorrow we'll have a little bit more conversation, but my exhortation when Bishop William and I talked about this discipleship for leaders is, I just want to make this point one more time, lest anyone leave without knowing what I was prattling on about. All of us who say we're Christians are first and foremost disciples, which means we're apprentices. We spend our whole lives learning how to be like Jesus, how to follow him, how to pray as he prayed, how to love as he loves. We are first disciples, and even when we're leaders, and especially when we're leaders, we are first disciples. And when we are leaders, we have to attend to our own journey as disciples first in order to be leaders. And as leaders, the most important thing we're doing is helping other people become and inhabit the holy calling of being disciples of Jesus Christ. So discipleship, and for us who are called into leadership, discipleship and leadership are inseparable. That is the point, one more time for like the 50th time. Okay, now necessary announcements and then lunch.
All right. Ganjokwa sawadahosios. As I was saying to the people in the room, we are going to go ahead and get started just because we have quite a bit I want to get through, and I'm hoping we can get to an extra activity because that's going to be your love and respect your neighbors part. So first thing we're going to do today is open in a good way, and I'm going to have us do the canticle. So this is on page 26, 27, 28 of the BCP. I wouldn't be a good representative of the Anglican parish of Tannanega and the Royal Chapel if we didn't use the BCP at least once. So here we go. You have one line repeated over and over and over, and that's this one. Oh, sorry, that's my music. That's from lunchtime. Hang on. Now, I don't know the tune. I'm just going to say it. If you want to sing the response, feel free. Oops, there we go. Go back. Okay. Listen carefully to the words. O all ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. O ye angels of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. O ye heavens, bless ye the Lord. O ye waters that above the firmament, bless ye the Lord. O all ye powers of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. O ye sun and moon, bless ye the Lord. O ye stars of the heavens, bless ye the Lord. O ye showers and dew, bless ye the Lord. O ye winds of God, bless ye the Lord. O ye fire and heat, bless ye the Lord. O ye winter and summer, bless ye the Lord. O ye dews and frosts, bless ye the Lord. O ye frost and cold, bless ye the Lord. O ye ice and snow, bless ye the Lord. O ye nights and days, light and darkness, bless ye the Lord. O ye lightnings and clouds, bless ye the Lord. O ye mountains and hills, bless ye the Lord. O all ye green things upon the earth, bless ye the Lord. O ye seas and floods, bless ye the Lord. O ye whales and all that move in the waters, bless ye the Lord. O all ye fowls of the air, bless ye the Lord. O all ye beasts and cattle, bless ye the Lord. O ye children of men, bless ye the Lord. O let Israel bless the Lord. O ye priests of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. O ye servants of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. O you spirits and souls of the righteous, bless ye the Lord. O ye holy and humble of heart, bless ye the Lord. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. So I love this one because not only is it in the Book of Common Prayer, but it's from the Deuterocanonical books, so the Apocrypha. And it's from the Song of the Three Children, verses 23 to 68. So this is a very old text. The Latin translates to bless ye the Lord, all you works. And I love it because, again, overseas, over timelines, and you can see it's almost exactly the same. The difference, or the only difference, is it kind of goes from above to below and then to humanity, whereas with ours it goes from humanity and the earth and works its way up. So fascinating to me. And that is why I do this. This is also just a reminder of this is why we're doing this. To look at a new way of bringing about discipleship and loving our neighbors and loving God as ourselves so that we can bring about right relationships and reconciliation. And so a quick review of yesterday. We started with our roots. We reviewed about all of the difficult things we had talked about. We went through birth and Mother Earth, our significant life events. We talked about the base of our support system and all of those things that support us and bring us to here. And then we put in the base of our covenant. As homework, I sent you home thinking about our covenant and the norms and the guidelines that we can all abide by. We talked a little bit about how all of these things line up to our baptismal promises or our baptismal covenant. Because almost any other rules that we come to either come to our first and greatest commandment, which also ties into all of these, or in some way to these promises. So part of what I sent you home with was thinking about how does this apply to our mission as lay readers, and how does this apply to our mission with reconciliation? Does anybody have any thoughts that they'd like to share? Yes?
Respecting God, the faces of all that we meet, all that we know, everybody.
Mm-hmm. That would fit. And the
Seek and serve Christ in all persons.
would be the respecting, right? And if you truly are seeking and serving in all people that you meet, it leads to all of the other things, and it leads to right and respectful relationships. And it completely reframes what we think of when we're doing evangelism and when we're trying to make disciples of people. Because again, God made us fully and wonderfully who we are, and beautifully unique individuals who have gifts and talents to share. And we want them to be fully that in their best form possible and fully in the light of God. So did anybody have any strong feelings about what colors we make these beads?
I said purple yesterday.
For all of them? My only difficulty with purple for all of them is I know I don't have enough beads. Has anybody here heard the term in gaming WYSIWYG? What you see is what you get, right? I have emptied my bag. We have it for everybody for both sessions, but that's what I've got. So we got to do some white and some purple. We can. It just needs to be the same for all of us. So believe in the triune God. Purple or white? I'm going from the bottom up. I'm going from the bottom up because this will be your bottom up to the top. So your triangle bead is here. What do you want this one to be? Purple or white? Hands up for purple. Hands up for white. Okay, white it is. Continue in the apostles' teaching and fellowship in the breaking of bread and prayers. Purple? Okay. Persist in resisting evil, and whenever you fall into sin, repent and return to the Lord. Hands up for purple. Hands up for white. We're going to go purple because that was the most hands. Proclaim by word and example the good news of God in Christ. I like white. Okay. Seek and serve Christ in all persons, loving your neighbor as yourself. Hands up for purple, hands up for white. Hands up for purple, hands up for white. Okay, we'll go white. Oh, go back. Oh, done. Okay, here we go. We'll go here. Okay, so white, purple, purple, white. The problem is that my arrow is right there. White. Okay, strive for justice and peace among all people. Okay, that was a firm white. We're going to go with that. And then strive to safeguard the integrity of God's creation and respect, sustain, and renew life of earth. Let's leave purple. Okay, you're going to do both of your strings with that color code. Both of your strings with that. So you're starting at the bottom, working up. So it's going to go white, purple, purple, white, 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 purple. Oh, and we lost it. Okay, I'm going back. It's okay. Okay. Now, some notes for people. I did have a helpful friend bring some needles. We're not sure they'll fit through the beads with things. However, they are here. If you want to try it, just please give them back. They're not mine. Also, I brought hairspray, another trick for if your end is fraying a lot. Spray a little bit on it, twist it, and it sticks like your hair does.
I have tremors.
There you go. Give yourself, try to see if you can get that. Okay. Let's see what we can do here.
But you needn't see to my metaphorical.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting smell.
It does. There's one. Yes. I may just fix this one entirely for you. Just gonna take 2 seconds and because I think part of the issue is that it is so thick. That's why it's fraying. I'll copy that one. And again, if you're done before everybody else, please help a friend. It does, doesn't it?
I've still got a kindergarten bit that
Online folk, how is it going for you? Is everything okay? Does anybody have any questions or need for help?
I need the hairspray before you go putting it in needles.
Okay.
I don't
Jeez.
have mine yet, so I can't
Oh,
do
no,
it.
it still hasn't gotten there?
Not as of 1 p.m.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry.
No,
On
that's okay. They're usually quite later in the afternoon, so I'll let you
Okay.
know if it's not here tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, please do, because I'm in most of your areas, or I know someone who is, so I can get it to you somehow.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm just going to get this undone.
I'm sure there's a moral lesson there. Being able to disentangle what I've so.
You haven't messed it up. It's a materials issue.
I think that's metaphorically true too, that some people have to work harder
Oh, I agree.
to make up for what other people have.
But also,
right.
well, and also, some people just have to work harder for things that other people take for granted. Can I? There's one more shell there. I just didn't have a chance to run it up to him yet. Where was I putting hairspray? There we go.
I'll try some too, if you don't mind.
Is that? Okay, I'm going to do this one. So just pull, oh, here, I'll pull and twist yours because I know that that's not. And then if you can just kind of pinch it for a second until it sets. But if I come in tomorrow with flat hair and a mop top, it's all everybody here's fault because it means I ran out of hairspray. Yours might be a little bit more difficult because your thread has actually separated. So it's not just freeing. Okay.
And that one's really separated, but I can manage it somehow. I've been getting them through. I just finished that. Now I've got to move on to the other.
If for whatever reason you absolutely cannot today and you're getting to the point of frustration and you still can't get it through because it's a material issue and your string is too thick, just leave it in your bag along with your beads when I give them to you, and I will finish it when I'm sitting watching a show sometime to get them done and then get them to the diocesan office, because some of them I may just have to pull apart. Like it sometimes the sinew is just too thick, or there's things like that that have gone on. That's not a you problem, that's a me problem. And then just kind of like keep pinching it nice and tight. Yeah.
Okay, now, so with this is the pattern, the white, purple, purple, white, white.
Yes,
purple.
it should go white, purple,
Got it,
purple,
right?
white, 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 purple, and then we are almost done. We've got one bead to go. This is, who would like it? I took my glasses off somewhere. I don't know where I put them. So, yes. One side. The answer is it depends. If one had some guidance and assistance, no. If one was doing it just because, perhaps. Again, this is another place that it's tricky, right? Where even just all of reconciliation is tricky. Because what one person finds an absolute egregious no-no, another person does not. I will tell you that I very highly tend to lean towards, I would rather people do it and try and check it out and see. Because there are also many, many other cultures in the world who do beading, who do loom work, who do all of these things. And I think, again, we come back to the intentionality. I would not make it and sell it. I would not make it and share it all around as you giving teachings on it. But I would be happy to help someone try if they felt they were so inclined, or give people instruction on how to do that. Because it's also a really good reminder. Oh, can we please leave those ones? Yeah. And I will grab another shell for you with other beads. Yes. Yes. Here we go. And the other thing is that another part that is important and helpful is, alternatively, if you know someone who could make you a replica or who might be able to supply you one, to support that person's creative endeavors in their business by buying one. Yeah. No. Absolutely, you are not. You are practicing cultural appreciation. You supported a small business. You supported someone's creativity, and you are appreciating the hard work they did. Absolutely. And it's just important that when you wear them, one, you recognize the traditions, heritage, and history behind that piece, that you share that with others, and where possible and where you remember, if someone asks about it, you share who made it and how you got it. That's part of the appreciation part, is showing people proper gratitude and respect for the work that they have put into and the time that they've spent learning their craft.
Thank you. This one.
Yeah. Yeah, so if it's a hot mess, just shove it back in your bag and leave it, and I'll fix it later. And there is no judgment on my part. There is a full understanding of the fact that sometimes things just don't work, hands included. You're welcome. Okay, are we mostly done? Are people mostly okay to move on? Those of you who are not, you can continue working at it. Just please take 30 seconds and write down your pattern, because I'm going to switch the screen. Two, one. Okay. Okay, so our last bead that we do, we put on our self bead, and our self bead is the cap bead. It serves two purposes. One is to tie everything together and to remind you that you are this string, that this string represents you. We also have the different beads because they represent who you are, so that you can easily find your string in a group, right? Because again, the top part's all the same. Now there is great variation on those bottom two, but the top part's all the same. So this helps us to be able to know. Now what I'm going to say to you is this. If you have a hot mess bag, okay, if you have one of your strands that you just cannot do and you put it in that bag, please put your self-identifying bead in the bag, because I'm going to take the bag, but I want you to have one string you can take home with you. And if you put that in the bag, if you put your take-home one, it's going to mess things up. You're not going to have the right one. Okay? So your hot mess bag or one of your strands, put your identifying bead on now. And for those of you who are doing it, I can't show you necessarily effectively. Camera or online group, I'll come up to the camera in a minute, okay? So if you have your bead, it's best if you thread your thread through your bead, okay? And then you're going to go back down and up through your bead again, if you can, okay? So that it kind of, you go up through your bead. So if this is the bead, go up through your bead, wrap it around, go up through your bead again. It just creates kind of a lock, okay? Wrap it around. So for you, wrap it around that back part that's sticking out and go up through your bead again. Yeah. Okay, camera. Oh, you did. You zoomed in. Hopefully you can see, guys. So you're going, if my hand is your bead, you're going up through your bead. You're going around it and up again. And it makes like a lock. Once you have, and I love this one, I have to say. So once you have your identifying bead, and check, oh, you followed me. So if you check out Jane's, she's got a reddish velvet one. It's perfect for her. Yeah. So it's absolutely perfect. So once you've got it on and you've wrapped it around, I want this in your bag. Okay, I want this one in the bag, or if you have a string that you are not finishing, put that in your bag, put your self bead in your bag, and then if you can pass it, we'll say all the way down to the west side of the room. Okay, pass your bag all the way down because I don't want it to get mixed up. Yes? You only do one string. Yeah, one string with your final bead. Okay, and then put it in. I'm going to give you these back though. Oh, are they? Oops. Dropping beads everywhere. And then put that one in your bag. So you should have a bag with one fully done one and hand it down to the end of your row. And then wait. And please help a friend. So where are we? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yours is we're going to leave that as your hot mess one. We're going to do this one. Okay. So it was white,
And two purples.
white, purple, purple, and then I think it was white, purple, right?
No, it's one. The one purple comes off, and then the white one comes on.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Hello again. I'm so sorry, online crew. White, purple.
I can go along with that.
Hello.
Okay. And
Hello.
then put your self bead on. So your one special bead that you chose. Do you want any of those ones or do you want a different one? I can go grab a different one. Okay, so put that one on and then put it in your bag.
Kaleena. Hello.
Yes, yes? Online? Did I hear you?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes.
I did not receive a self bead in the bag.
Okay, so 2 seconds. You should have you should have picked a bead or a button from your home for this one.
You didn't tell us
A bead or a
that.
button from your home, your own.
Okay, but you didn't tell us that.
Okay, it was in the mail out from Allison. So did she not send the online people the same note? Okay, so there is no rush for that one, because it's going to be when you get that string done, you are either going to email or text me, and I will come and pick it up, or we can mail it and I will make sure that you get reimbursed. Okay, so the one string with your identifying bead, you're going to mail back, and I'm sorry about that. There was an email that was sent out to everyone saying that you would need an identifying bead, so I apologize.
Mm. So do we put on then a bead of our own? Is that what we do?
Yes, any bead
Okay.
of your own, and then there should be one last bead in your bag, but don't worry about it. That's how it goes.
Right.
No, that's right. It's right. Yep.
Hmm.
Okay. That's okay. That's absolutely fine. Just pop it in your bag and it will be fine. Yes. Because I'm going to put it on a binder ring, so it actually will hold it on there itself. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, and those of you whose bags have mysteriously gone missing, and those of you online, once you have one string completed with your identifying bead on it, you're going to call me or email me, and we are going to figure out getting it to me or the diocesan office, whichever is easier, okay? So that one. And we're handing those all in. For those at home, set it aside.
So we still have a string.
Yes, everyone should still have one more string they're working on. Because on your one more string that you're working on and online, folks, you should have seen this in your bag. If you did not get one, then you need to let me know, because again, I need to get it to you. I will tell you that I had all kinds of people helping me get these materials ready because I had a derby injury and I couldn't move my dominant hand for a week. So if you're missing something, I wholeheartily apologize. Let me know. I will get you one. Your special gift for your takeaway one, for your self bead, is going to be similar to everybody else's. And it is the one real wampum bead on your string. And if you want to take one for her as well, and just make sure she gets it.
I don't know. Liaison will file it. I can try.
But if she's got your string, we've got to get it somehow, right? Possibly. It's okay if it's not locked.
How do you put it on? I guess you're going to tell me how to.
For this one, it will only go through once. So put it on and then tie a good knot to keep it on there, or come get super glue.
But how do you do that?
There's a hole in the top and bottom.
You got to be kidding.
And if your sinew is too thick, split it again. You'll have two halves. Put the smaller half through and then tie a knot with the two pieces, and it'll hold your bead on.
Oh, really?
Split it in two. Split it in two. Thank you.
You're welcome. There you go. You can pass that one along. And I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3, 4.
This can't go through that.
Okay, so if it won't fit through, split it and then go. But this.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I guess that's why you do what you do.
They do. They're on the side of the cross. Yeah. There should be. And that's a reminder to you of who you are the work that we did, for some of you, the very hard work that we did. A little bit of gratitude from me, as well as a reminder to you of us as the collective. So, this one is going on the one that you're keeping. Nope. Nope. You can put this, as I said, use it as a keychain, use it as a bracelet, hang it from your mirror, anywhere that's going to remind you about the work that we did here and the promises that you made. Okay, and we'll give you one. Okay, if you don't mind, I can fix yours later. And then that way we can get them straightened out, get these through, and you should be good to go because these could be two separate ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Kaleena?
in the bag, keep your purple. Yes.
I'm online.
Yes.
And could you just ensure with Allison, I never got a kit because I switched from in person to online, and so I didn't get a kit. And she
What's your
mentioned
name?
that she would send one. It's
Yeah.
Marion.
Okay, did you just switch? Like after last Tuesday?
No, I've been at home. I switched from the beginning.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, I will make sure you get one. Marion, if you can just email Allison your address and just to remind her to send it on to me.
Oh,
Only because
okay.
I know that my brain is mush right now and I don't want to put that on her as an extra burden to have to remember.
Okay, I will email her on that and give her my mailing. You mean my mailing address?
Yes, your actual stamped mailing address.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so
Yes.
much.
So it should be being passed along. And the little cross bead is for your one to keep. Do not put that in the bag. Online people, the little purple and white cross is valuable. It's for you to keep. Do not send it to the diocesan office. That would be a waste. I am going to keep talking and we'll keep chatting. If you're still working, that is okay. So now what? No, however's going to work to hold it on. As we discussed, there's already been a lot of great work leading the way. Leading the way in reconciliation, leading the way in fulfilling these promises. And it's our job in sharing the light of Christ and the joy to be that credible community of hope. We should be, just like we should be the best employers, we should be the leaders in reconciliation. We should be the people who are lighting the way and carrying the torch as to what it looks like to do a good job at this. And so we need to make living our commitments a reality. And part of this is by, like I said, education and focusing on these things in the spirit of friendship, peace, and respect. And then making the changes that we need to make to actually show that we have changed our behavior. So there are 94 calls from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and we had talked a little bit about them before. Of those 94, 46 are in progress, 15 have been completed. 20 are stalled, and 15 have not been started at all. And so part of our job as being responsible and ethical Christians is to take a look at these. So the first one has to do with apologies. Now, the specific call talks about the Pope apologizing and leaders of the church. But the other thing is that we as individuals can make apologies to people. We can have real relationships and those conversations. And when someone tells you they've been hurt, you can say, I am so sorry that that happened to you. It's acknowledging the pain that people are feeling. If someone is not ready to reconcile, that is okay. Acknowledge the place that they're at. Call 59 has to do with ongoing education strategies. And again, I will send you all of these slides, so please don't try to madly write this down. It's a lot. And this has to do, if you look, it says ongoing education strategies to ensure that their respective congregations learn. So it's not just for the broader church. This is talking about our congregations. And it did say to learn why apologies were important. I've changed that to are. Because we may have to apologize 100 times for it to finally sink into someone that we are genuine. Because sometimes those big formal apologies, they just fall short. They feel cold, right? It's a whole lot of words. Call 60 is looking at how we educate our religious leaders. So also education in collaboration with Indigenous leaders to come up with curriculum so that people will respect Indigenous spirituality in its own right, understand the history of residential schools, and what our part was in it. So again, maybe not something we can do. However, we can definitely educate ourselves and our church leadership and take that initiative on our own. The last one specific to churches is supporting community-controlled projects. Things like healing and reconciliation, culture and language, education and relationship building, and actually engaging in dialogues with Indigenous leaders and youth. And I would say, at least in the Diocese of Kingston, there are a lot of ways and people that you can connect with, such as even doing the activities that we've been doing today. And really, it's coming at things with the idea of one dish, one spoon. And the idea that whether we know it or not, we are all the body of Christ. And we should all be treated as such. Because part of that is loving God, loving your neighbor, and loving yourself. It's by making sure that we are the advocates for people. By making sure that if people don't have a seat at the table, we create it or pull one up. And by showing people who we interact with respect. Because we all live in the one world together, and we've all got to get through it together. So we keep walking. And my sort of last few tips for you. Focus on, like I said, relationships. Go deeper. Move on beyond the surface. Work toward reconciliation. Actually take actions. Speak with clarity and grace. Seek to understand, not to be understood. And work to make this world better for 7 generations. An extra piece that I want to work on with you, and I did push through a little quickly, I want to talk to you a bit about when you're engaging in relationships and conversations, and when you're asking for elders and spiritual leaders or people to come and share this knowledge with you. So we talked a little bit earlier about cultural appreciation versus appropriation. The other thing that we also need to be very aware of, one is, like I said, people's readiness to engage with us, and we can't force them. The second is not overtaxing the resources that we've got. Because as much as we want to learn, if you keep calling the same person, calling the same person, calling the same person, it's the same 5 people who are always doing the things. 1, your information base is small, and 2, they get tired out. But a part of how we show appreciation is the same as anywhere, with giving some tokens of appreciation, be it an honorarium, be it something else. Now I'm going to say to you, I'm going to have you create something with tobacco to give to people. However, it's also important that you show people that you actually value their time and efforts in the accepted social ways that we do. So giving an elder or someone a pouch of tobacco is not enough these days, right? They still had to drive to get to you. They still had to, so you want to make sure that you are compensating people fairly for time and efforts. That being said, tobacco is one of, and remember I said we were going to avoid pan-indigeneity. However, tobacco is one of the universally accepted medicines almost across the entire of the continent. It is recognized as being one of the top medicines, or one of the strongest medicines, because its smoke is what carries our prayers to the Creator. Now, that's not cigarette tobacco. However, if you are in a pinch and you need something, there's nothing saying that that's not okay. Just don't hand someone a container of chew. That would be rude. However, there are people who you can get tobacco from. As another note, typically we don't buy or sell medicines. So if you need some, talk to someone who you know who can get you some. It's also important to note for those of us who are females that typically, if you are on your cycle, we don't touch that medicine. Because the more powerful medicine than any of it, believe it or not, particularly in the matriarchal societies, is a woman on her moon time. Because you're considered to be more connected to the earth and more connected to Mother Earth as things are flowing. And so typically, if you're at a fire where people are smudging, or if you are giving tobacco, if you are on your cycle, you don't touch that medicine. Okay? That being said, I have another sewing project for you. And people at home, this is the other pieces in your bag. So I'm going to explain to you what to do first, and then the rest of our time we'll be working at this. However, if you don't get it done, this is an easy one to take home and finish. So you're going to get a piece of leather. Online folk, your holes are kind of at the top of your rectangle. Those of you who are here, they're here in the middle, okay? You're going to take the long string and you're going to feed it through. Now, the important part is the side that you want on the outside should be the side that your leather is hanging. So this will be the outside of my pouch. If you want this to be the outside, then you're going to put it there, okay? So whatever side you want to be the outside, you're going to have these 2 pieces. And I'm sweaty, so this isn't going to work very well quickly. Try to find my tip. There we go. So you're going to put your 2 pieces through. If you're having problems, I have a leather punch here. If you are at home, go to your kitchen, cut it on a diagonal so it kind of looks like a needle, and you'll be able to get your piece of leather through. You've got your two pieces there. Do you see that? And it hangs like a piece of limp spaghetti, right? Okay? So that is the outside of my pouch. You are going to fold it up so that your holes line up, and you're going to sew this side and this side. Everybody has needles. At home, people, if your package didn't get a needle, you should be able to do it with the sinew and use a darning needle from home, or even if you have a paper clip, fold it in half. That works as well. You're going to stitch up your sides, and then you have a pouch. So then you can take your leather pieces, wrap them around, and you can tie it closed. Okay? Typically, when we give tobacco, we just give little pouches. They're often in red because red is considered a powerful color. I'm giving you this to either A, hold your little tobacco pouches in, or B, so that you also have this, because if you go to an Indigenous funeral or to a 10-day feast, usually there is a place for you to put tobacco. So if you choose to keep your tobacco, then you will have that in case you go, that you can put your own in. The teaching is always hold or hand with your left hand. Why? Closest to your heart. So when I'm teaching my children, we hold it to our heart, we say our intentions, then we put it in the fire, or we give it to whoever we give it to. My hope with giving you this is perhaps you can give this to somebody else. If you're looking to have a conversation with an Indigenous spiritual leader or any other person, I would find it tremendously, tremendously respectful and a sign of your appreciation if you were like, I struggled hard to make this, and I worked really hard for 3 days on learning about teachings in this area, and I want to give this to you as a sign of my love and respect for the teachings that you're giving me, right? So this is, you may not get it done today, but I'm giving you the materials to work on it. I am also going to give you some tobacco. This is what I've got for the whole thing, so you're not taking a handful. It's like a pinch, a good healthy pinch for if you were cooking. And you have a bag. I did not pre-do these bags for you. I did not do them because it's important that it's your medicine. It's your intentions when you're taking it, when you're giving it. It is not mine. This tobacco comes from 3 sources. One is a friend of mine that runs the seed sanctuary who grew some for me. One is my very best friend who also just has a green thumb and can make anything grow. And then the last one is a couple years ago when we had a meeting of the Royal Chapels, the representatives from Buckingham Palace brought with them some of the tobacco grown in the garden there. So that is also mixed into this. Those seeds were given to royalty when they came to visit. I believe it was now King Charles, when he had come. And he did take those back and they planted them in their royal garden. So this is their sacred tobacco as well, which also gives you just that little bit of a tie back to England and the Church of England. So please take yours when you're taking it, positive thoughts and your intentions.
And don't take it all.
And don't take it all. Leave enough for the other group because they don't have any more and I cannot grow a thing worth beans. So I truly hope that come this time next year, everyone has given away their tobacco or given away something of themselves and had a relationship where they can also receive, and that you're able to come back that next time with stories about how we have actively lived out our promises and our commitments that we made here this week. Yep, that's enough. And how it was fruitful for you or how it benefited you. It would be my greatest joy if everybody came back next year and was able to say, I left here and this is what I did to make changes in my community, in my church, in my corner of the world. Because remember, we talked about going out to the 4 directions and really spreading that message. Because I really do believe, going back to my children in that slide, that we need to leave this place better, not just for my children, but for the children of this world. And that is the only way that we move forward as society. There's a quote that's widely attributed to Dietrich Bonhoeffer that says that the ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leads to its kids or to its children. And I think that that's so, so important to guide us as we go. We have about 5 minutes. I can take some questions. And like I said, please don't rush. We have time. If you take 1 and 1. 1 and 1. Yes. Yes. No, we try to avoid that at all costs. However, if you're in a pinch, the most natural tobacco you can find is also acceptable. I have been given a can of chew. Yes.
I picked this bead the other day from the back.
Yeah.
Does that go on my personal one?
That goes on your one to come to me. Put it in your bag.
So do I put one string in and then not the top?
No, you're fine like that. That's fine like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. One for you and one for you. Yes. Can I get you to take one, pass it on?
So with the sinew.
Yes. And I'm bringing you a needle. They're coming the other way. I don't know. That's my best answer right now. I did run out of bags last night. Yes. Here you go, gentlemen. Yes.
What kind of stitch? One that blanket stitch?
Anything that holds. The one that goes in your bag has your personal beads so that when you go into the diocesan center, you can tell which one is yours. Thank you. Did you get one for both you and Cindy? Yeah. And I'm going to give you a needle for both you and Cindy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you need your leather piece to go on that. That's your leather piece. Yes. Yeah. All right.
So
and then
this one, I'm to put one of these on there?
yes, that one is the one you're keeping. And you get that one. Yes. And then if you can take a needle, pass it on. Here's a needle. Why? You did not? Okay. If you can please. Okay, so you're going to take.
Do it now.
From this direction, you're taking a needle and passing it on. From that direction, you're taking a sinew and passing it on. Please make sure our gentleman in front of you also gets. Yeah. Yep.
John?
Yes. Yes. That's okay.
Can you get this? I was trying to do that and leap it through a book
Okay.
because it worked in the others, but I can't get the.
Okay.
She's not getting it.
Hang on. We're going to go here.
That's why I said call.
Yeah, I was gonna think of doing that. Thank you.
Cool. We get to keep the needle?
Yes.
Never-
Okay, and then
That's more fun than
we're going to tie that. Hang on. Where there's a will, there's a way. Worst comes to worst, I'm going to also super glue it.
I was gonna say super glue might do the trick.
there's skill that comes away.
Super glue's broken.
I do have one closing thing before you leave the room. And that is, I just want to close in prayer as soon as I get done tying. Actually, I'm going to let you go and I'm going to deal with this after. And our closing prayer also comes from the Book of Common Prayer. Interestingly, the Book of Common Prayer now, not in your old ones, but now, has a prayer for reconciliation. Now, I will say that it says prayer for reconciliation for Jewish people, or reconciliation with the Jewish people. In your prayers and thanksgivings, page 41, in your old hymn book, or old BCPs, it says, number 4, a prayer for the conversion of the Jews. The Prayer Book Society of Canada decided that this was simply not acceptable, and I agree. So they have a new prayer that replaces this prayer, and I actually think it's quite beautiful, and applies not just to reconciliation with the Jewish people, but to reconciliation efforts as a whole. O God, who didst choose Israel to be thine inheritance, have mercy upon us and forgive us for violence and wickedness against people. The arrogance of our hearts and minds hath deceived us, and shame hath covered our face. Take away all pride and prejudice in us, and grant that we, together with the people whom thou didst first make thine own, may attain to the fullness of redemption which thou hast promised, to the honor and glory of thy most holy name. Amen. And again, thank you so much, Nyawagoa, for having me. I will make sure that you get emailed all of the slides. However, if you want to use your phone, there is a QR code that will take you to my link tree. And in our last couple of minutes together, as you're wrapping up, I want to leave you with 2 new words. The first one is Gunarunkwa. And I love Gunarunkwa because it means I love you. It comes from the word ganoro, which means precious or expensive. So when you say Gunarunkwa, it means you are precious or expensive to me. But what it also means, because the further root of the word ganorum means rain. So when you say Gunarunkwa, it means you are more precious to me than the rain. And I love that. And I want to tell you all Gunarunkwa, because this time together of learning and growth and the time with you is so precious. So with that, Gunarunkwa. And then the other one is Onagiwahi, which doesn't mean bye, it just means I'll see you again later. If you are still working at this, I am happy to help you as I tidy up for the next group, or after this anytime in the next couple days. And until we see you again, thank you so much.
Anyways, thank you everyone for coming back. And for this session, I want to say something we'll take some dive into the scripture and really talk about what it means to worship and to have a vocation, to have leadership in worship. Because I think a sense of vocation is very important, and knowing what we're doing in worship also means having an idea of how we do that to the honor and glory of God. I want to begin with a story, though, and it's a story that comes to my first point. Actually, I'll go to my first point first. Worship is about God, not about us. That might seem the most obvious thing in the world. And yet, I will tell you a story in a moment where a person clearly didn't get that idea. Now, there's an online meme going around on YouTube at least a little while ago, and it was, what is at the front of your church? An altar or a stage? It was actually aimed at big box churches where they do in fact have a stage at the front. But the point was about worship, because the signs and symbols in our building do send a message. And if the front of the building is a stage, what does that say about the center of attention in your worship experience? There was a person I knew in London, Ontario, this is about 20 years ago, and this person had a successful career in teaching. In fact, he was a school principal at a high school, and when he retired at age 55, he was bored and thought it would be kind of a good hobby in his retirement to get ordained. That was the first red flag, and a number of people said to the bishop, he went through, got his MDiv, but people said, you know, this guy's an egotist. Don't ordain him. Please, don't ordain him. The bishop ignored that advice, and the guy got ordained. About 6 months after he was ordained and went to his first parish, it was a 3-point charge in Oxford County, I ran into this guy, and I said, wow, how's it going? He said, I hate it. Why is that? Well, no one told me I'd have to visit and have tea with old ladies. Dude, what did you think the job involved? So clearly he thought being a priest was about people bowing before him and telling him how great he was. Isn't that why you get ordained? So people adore you? Obviously not. But he had lost sight or wasn't aware that, no, we're there in church not to worship the ordained person or the lay reader. We're there to worship God. So as obvious as that might seem, there are people who don't get it. So my hope is, yes, we're focused. I'm here because people want to worship God, not me. And we're going to talk a bit about that in the course of what we're talking about. Yes, sorry.
You remember the earthquake in New Zealand a number of years ago?
Yes.
They put up architectural presentations of what they thought the new cathedral would look like. They talked about the permanent and the audience.
Yeah.
And I said, I think so.
Yeah. Well, again, here's an architect that doesn't get it, right? It's an audience, and you have a stage. Yeah. So again, what you think is obvious is not always obvious. Yes?
Moving choir and podiums because he feels it's a performance space. So we struggle all the time.
Right.
So focused on the music part, he thinks that they're performing.
Right. And this is a temptation, right? Sometimes for music directors or even choirs, the temptation is, well, they're here to watch us perform, are they not? Well, actually, there are times you can have a performance, that's okay. But Sunday morning, when you're at church, the expectation is, I have come because I want to hear God's word and I want to worship the Lord. So this is, as obvious as this may seem, it is important to remember. Worship is never casual. What do we mean by casual? The actual meaning of the word is carefree, as in, I don't care. So if worship is casual, it means worship where I don't care what it does. You should care. We should all care. Because remember that first lecture I said, lex orandi, lex credendi. If you're casual and sloppy, I don't care about worship, I have to assume the same is your attitude towards, morality and your beliefs and whether you care about social justice or the environment. If you don't care about one, it implies the rest isn't to be taken seriously either. When some people say, we have casual worship here, I know they kind of mean the way you dress, right? You don't have to wear a suit and tie, you don't have to have a fancy dress. That's okay, but that's a sloppy use of the word. Casual actually means carefree, and you should care, we should all care about what we do in worship. Now, worship can be simple, and worship can be plain or unadorned, and still be reverent. So whether it's simple or elaborate, whether it is plain or all done up, that's not the point. The point is we care about what we're doing. So we don't take a casual attitude, we take it seriously. And of course, taking it seriously doesn't mean dour and sour-faced, and that's not what I mean. I mean, we remember in our head, the one I am serving is God. Some scripture verses to help ground us in what we're talking about. So I want to begin with this passage from Isaiah chapter 45. And here it says, "For thus says the Lord, who created the heavens, he is God, who formed the earth and made it, he established it, he did not create it a chaos, he formed it to be inhabited. I am the Lord, and there is no other. I did not speak in secret in a land of darkness. I did not say to the offspring of Jacob, seek me in chaos. I, the Lord, speak the truth. I declare what is right." So, God is not a fan of chaos. And if your worship is chaotic, you're not helping people worship. That is what planning is all about. Spontaneity is something that only works if it's well planned. And that sounds like a paradox, but that's the truth. If you try to wing it, if you don't prepare, then people tune out because clearly you didn't care enough to prepare. The other thing about chaos is this should remind us in the very first verses of Genesis, because we're told the Spirit of God hovered over the waters of creation. And the waters of creation, in Jewish understanding, is the primordial chaos. The Holy Spirit brought order to chaos. God doesn't like chaos. So, if you have frenzied sort of activity before the service, that seems chaotic. And in fact, people then forget God and worry if you're going to have a heart attack or something because you're running around like a chicken with its head cut off. You don't want frenzied or give off the vibe of frenzied activity. You want it calm. Which is why the Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians says, "For God is a God not of disorder, but of peace. But all things should be done decently and in order. Let all things be done for building up." And building up is edification. Interestingly enough, Archbishop Cranmer, the architect of the prayer book, in his writings said what he thought was most important was edification, building up. Worship should build people up. And certainly the scriptures, at least what Paul writes, tells us that. Now, liturgical worship, worshiping with texts, is supposed to be a reflection of this, right? Because you have an ordered sequence of things in the worship service. It isn't random. You do the same thing every week. There was a survey done of Roman Catholic youth in the Diocese of Ottawa just a couple of years ago. And these young people were asked, what is the most important thing about worship for you? And everyone was astounded. The top thing was consistency. When we come to church, we don't want a surprise. We want to know it's the same structure it was last week, because that way I can relax and listen to the word and hear the sermon and enter into the prayers because they're familiar. So order, decency and order is about structure and about not having a chaotic kind of approach. So yes, we have liturgy, and that liturgy is supposed to do these things: order, peace, edification. Another thing, this next quote is from the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 12. Therefore, since we are receiving a kingdom that cannot be shaken, let us give thanks by which we offer to God an acceptable worship with reverence and awe. For indeed, our God is a consuming fire. You may remember the story of Jacob. Jacob is on his way to Haran to see his relatives, and he goes to sleep one night and he has a dream of a ladder stretching from earth to heaven. The angels are ascending and descending on that ladder, and at the top is God, who promises to Jacob that he will receive the same promises that his father and grandfather were given. And when he wakes up in the morning, what does Jacob say? He doesn't say, "Oh, that was nice," and carries on. He says, well, actually, he's filled with awe, and he says, this is none other than the house of God. This is none other than the gate of heaven. He's overwhelmed with the presence of the sacred in that place. And that's what we mean when we talk about reverence and awe. That sense of God is present in our midst. So the best of worship should convey something of that sacrality, the sacredness of, and the holiness of who God is. Just another story. When I was director of Christian studies at Canterbury College is the Anglican college with the University of Windsor. And every year they had an AGM, and students were invited to come to the AGM. And since there was a free meal provided, students showed up because you're a poor student, a free meal, you're not going to pass that up. And one year there was a woman who had been a Presbyterian at this service, but she had converted to Roman Catholicism. Not just Roman Catholicism, she was going to the traditional Latin Mass that was being offered at one of the local churches. So I said to her, how did that happen? How did this come about? And she said, they were nice people at my home congregation, but I didn't sense God was there. There was no sense of sacredness. But I went to this, and the mystery, the Latin prayers, the clouds of incense, I felt God was there. Well, that's not everyone's story, but it was interesting to hear in that story that what she was looking for was to experience God. And it wasn't happening in her home church. Somehow in this congregation, she had found what she was looking for. So when people are looking around, and this is true now, certainly with some young people, they're looking to experience God. If there's a fellowship and congregation, that's great, but they don't need friends. They're looking for God. They want to experience the living and true God. So that is why reverence and awe is a part of the worship experience, or should be a part of the worship experience. And that happens when you're focused on God and not on yourself. Again, worship can be very plain and very simple, but still be reverent and filled with awe. So it's not about all the extras, it's about who is the focus of what you're doing. And again, the focus is always who? It's always on God. Now, in keeping focus on God, I want to read a somewhat provocative passage from this book. This book is entitled, Why Catholics Can't Sing. The subtitle is The Culture of Catholicism and the Triumph of Bad Taste. So this book was written by a man named Thomas Day. He was an organist and choir director at a Roman Catholic church in the States. And it intrigued him that Anglo-Roman Catholic congregations had terrible music. It wasn't true in, say, Hispanic congregations or Nigerian congregations or Polish congregations. They had a great tradition of music. The whole congregation sang. It was wonderful. But when you went to an English-speaking or Anglo-Roman Catholic church, the music was terrible. Why is this? So actually, it was a serious thesis. He answers that thesis. There's sociology and history as to why Anglo-Roman Catholic churches have really bad music. But he also points out that some of the behavior of the clergy was also responsible for bad music. That got him in trouble. In fact, having written this book, he was fired from his job. And for a while, the Roman Catholic bishops didn't want anyone to read this book. But of course, because they said don't read it, the sales went up considerably, and he made a good penny off this book. It was a serious book, though, a very witty book, very serious. Yes, it's still in print, but I won't name the website. Let's just say you can buy a lot of stuff from the website, but it actually is still in print. I want to read a passage from it. So he's talking about Roman Catholic congregations, and one of his beefs is some, certainly not all, some Roman Catholic priests are incredibly arrogant, and they make the worship about themselves to satisfy their egos. And this is one of the reasons he got in trouble. So he wants to puncture the bubble, so to speak. And one of them is starting the service with good morning rather than the church's greeting. What's the church's greeting? The Lord be with you. That's the church's. By the way, that phrase is from the Bible. It's from the book of Ruth. Boaz goes out to the field to greet the reapers, and he says to them, the Lord be with you. So that is a biblical as well as church greeting. So he wants people to say, that when it comes out of their lips, the greeting, the Lord be with you, not good morning. By the way, if you look in our church services, it begins with a greeting or passages of Scripture, which kind of does the same thing, right? Morning prayer, evening prayer. You say, the Lord is in his holy temple, let all the earth keep silence before him. So you're reading God's word, not human words. So and it does the same kind of effect. So his beef is start with acknowledging God and not yourself. So, interestingly enough, the top of the page, oh, now I've lost the page here. Just give me a moment. This is what happens when I talk and don't keep my finger in the book.
It's a $78 hardcover book.
Well, did you look it up? Oh, okay. Anyway. Oh. See, I got this when it came out, so I got it good. Anyways, the title of this section is called You're Looking Great, Narcissus. So he writes, the opening hymn has finished, or to put it correctly, Mr. Caruso has just finished yelling the opening hymn into a microphone. And then comes that moment of supreme emptiness, that massive liturgical clunk, the celebrant's good morning. What is so subconsciously jarring about this greeting is its blatant display of the ego. Good morning really means, I wish you a good morning. I, the person, the individual called Father Hank or Father Chuck or Father Bob, deign to wish you a pleasant continuation of the morning. I, the center of your attention and probably the reason you have come. I, the one and only me, welcome you to my show. And it will be a good show with a good performance by me. And for this reason, you will be fortunate to have a good morning. Good morning, a greeting in the English language reserved for cold situations where the greeter wants to distance himself or herself from the greeted. The sort of hello we toss at the janitor or the shopkeeper we do not particularly like is all that is needed to turn the spotlight on Father Hank or Father Chuck or Father Bob. Good morning at a Mass also has the odd effect of demolishing the effectiveness of any music used before or after it is uttered. One occasionally encounters the priest, the atypical priest, who begins Mass with, "The Lord be with you." You can almost sense a sigh of relief as the congregation responds, "and also with you." The reason why that dialogue is so much more powerful than "I wish you a good morning" is a little noticed secret in its construction. The priest does not use "I," and the congregation does not respond with "we." Immediately, right at the outset of proceedings, the priest signals that he is renouncing his ego so that he can democratically lead the assembly. And the grateful congregation imitates his renunciation of ego. That's why he wasn't named, actually. Any rate, a very provocative way of saying, don't use a secular greeting, use the greeting that the church has, which is, "The Lord be with you." There's no I involved. There's no ego. It's not, "I'm here to entertain you." It's, "God is with you." And you respond, "and also with you." So I'm saying when you lead worship, that really is how you should start the service. You can say, once you've done that, then you can do your welcome, "Great to see you." The service begins on page 185. We're using whatever. You can do all that stuff, but the greeting starts with, "The Lord be with you." So a very provocative point, but I think what he's getting at is what we've been talking about. Yes? Right. But secular people don't know that. So for most secular people, good morning just means like, have a good day. Right. But the vast majority of people wouldn't know the etymological origin of that word. Right. And his point is, it's implied, "I am wishing you a good morning." And that's his point. It's about the ego. It's not about me. It's about the Lord be with you. Right.
Inviting God to our service.
That's right. That is correct. So you're inviting God in right at the start. It's not, you're not signaling to people, "It's about my show." So again, we're back right to the very first point. It's about God. It's not about me. So anything that signals it's about God, is a good thing. I'm not saying good morning is an evil greeting. I don't mean that. And obviously, you know, if I meet someone in the elevator in the morning, I say, oh, good morning. It's your kind of standard greeting. He's saying Sunday morning in church, you should use the church's greeting. That's in the Eucharist, it's kind of a different one, right? The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. It's the same kind of thing, right? It starts with a greeting that acknowledges God's presence. So, at any rate, I thought that was provocative enough to read. I want to go now to then a sense of vocation, because we can sort of acknowledge this if we believe that God has called us to do the worship. Because if you're in it for the ego, that's not a vocation. Or if you think, you know, I'll love my neighbor when I feel like it, that's not a vocation, right? That's just how I feel. Vocation means to serve others at their convenience and expect not to be thanked. Recently, a person was in my wife's office, someone aspiring to be a deacon. And my wife said to her, well, you know, I had a good lesson when I was young, and that was being a good servant is serving others at their convenience without expecting to be thanked. And she went, ew, you don't believe that, do you? And my wife said, yeah, I do. I do believe that. That is what a vocation's about, because we're not in it for the thank yous. We're in it because we believe God has called us to do this. I remember when I was at a ministerial meeting, this is years ago, in London, Ontario. And at the ministerials, all the local clergy of all the denominations meeting together. And we were talking about various programs for feeding the poor, feeding the hungry. And this guy from a fundamentalist church said, oh yeah, they had sent turkey dinners out to 7 families, but they weren't sure if they were going to do it again. They sent these meals out, and you know what? Not one of those families sent a thank you note. I thought, Jesus said, feed the hungry, not feed the hungry and get a thank you note. Or, you know, give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked, etc. We do this because Jesus has asked us to do this, not because we expect a reward. And that is how vocation comes into it. And by the way, vocation isn't just an ordained thing. We believe God has called all of us, every one of us, by virtue of our baptism, to some sort of ministry. Are you the church treasurer? That's a vocation. You're using your skills to honor God in that way. Being in the choir, you're using your voice to sing to the glory of God and exercise leadership in music. And likewise, as a lay reader, you are practicing leadership in the services. And I'm hoping you're doing that because you believe God has called you to do that, which would be a good thing. So this sense of vocation, I think, is very important. This is a section of Luke's Gospel, chapter 17, which I think speaks to this. Will any one of you who has a servant plowing or keeping sheep say to him when he has come in from the field, come at once and sit down at the table? Will he not rather say to him, prepare supper for me and gird yourself and serve me till I eat and drink, and afterward you shall eat and drink? Does he thank the servant because he did what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that is commanded you, say, we are unworthy servants. We have only done what was our duty. When Jesus asks us to love our neighbor, that's not because we expect a reward. That is our duty as Christian people, to love others. We have only done what is our duty. So this is a hard saying because it implies a humility in what we do. We have only done what was our duty. It's hard, but you can accept this when you have a vocation. If you don't have a vocation, you say, well, I don't like that. No, I want people to say, thank you. I want people to say, you're great. I want people to say, you're the best thing since sliced bread. But that isn't the reality, is it? You might be called upon as a lay reader to go out to St. Swithin's in the swamp, somewhere remote. And you go there, and the people are kind of grumpy. Weather's not the best. But you do the service. And maybe afterwards no one thanks you because they're kind of grumpy and whatever. But you don't go home and say, oh, I don't like those people. You give thanks that you did what God called you to do, regardless of how those people are feeling that day. That's what God called you to do, to bring worship to those people, to speak God's word to those people. So, again, I guess the bottom line is our reward, our real reward, of course, is not here at all. Where is our treasure? Where does Jesus say our treasure is? Where neither wrath nor moth does consume, where thieves do not break through and steal. Our reward is in heaven. So that's where our thank yous are too, ultimately. Now, having said that, yes, we should say thank you, right? We should thank people and be generous in our thanks. But if we're not thanked, nevertheless, we carry on, because that's what our duty to God is. Now, all of that's been kind of heavy, but I'm going to shift to a little bit of a different focus now. I want to talk about the fact that worship is an all-encompassing thing. Worship is not just reading words on a page. And often you see people, and it seems to be that if I just pick up a book and read something, I've done my job. No, worship is more than that. Worship is more than that because we are embodied people. We're not brains on a stick. We're actually embodied. And of course, God at the beginning of creation in Genesis, God creates the universe, and what does God say? And behold, it was very good. And in the incarnation of our Lord Jesus Christ, God assumes human nature. So there's nothing evil about matter or nature. God uses that as well. So worship, at its best, is a kind of all-encompassing thing. It's not just about the brain. It's also about using our voice. It's about standing or kneeling or sitting, gestures and postures, the architecture of the building, and a whole bunch of other factors. So, how you stand, the gestures you make, how you use your voice, the vesture you wear, how you navigate the architectural space, whether you say or sing something, and the musical choices you make, all of these are a part of worship and a part of the planning for worship. That's why last night we had a session on choosing hymns, because that's part of the overall worship experience. And when you go into a new liturgical space you haven't been, you look around and you say, okay, where am I going to sit? Or where do people normally sit? Where do people normally read the lessons from? And so you navigate the space and you say, okay, I'll sit here, and the proclamation of the word happens here. And, oh, by the way, what parts do you sing and what parts do you not sing? And what hymns are you going to do and how many hymns are you going to do? All these things are factors in planning worship. So you're not done when you say, okay, we're going to do this page and this page. There's more to worship than that. So I want to talk a little bit about these various aspects of the worship experience. Let me start with voice. A priest of the Church of England named Percy Dearmer wrote a book called The Parson's Handbook. It first came out in 1899, and it was the first manual to train clergy how to do the services properly. Because you were supposed to get training from an experienced priest, but that didn't always happen. Sometimes you went to seminary and then straight out somewhere. So this manual was to show you how to do things right. And in that he writes, and I think this is true, the priest should take as much care over the training of his voice as an actor does. I think there's truth in that, because how we speak is very important. We all know when a reader is someone who has never done reading before, because they read too fast, right? They're not experienced. So they stand up and start saying, well, any of you has a certain plowing or keeping sheep and saying to his house, come to the field, come to what is down table, you know, rather say, prepare for. They read too fast. You have to read in a measured pace. And that's part of the training of your voice. You slow down and you articulate. This is why vocal training, if you sing in a choir, is really good preparation. Because what does a choir director say? Enunciate your consonants and speak your vowels. All that's true. It makes for good speaking. Yes?
Just in terms of the, I'm old. I was raised in the Anglican high church milieu near here in George Navy area. So our expectation in our choir is very high. I come from a family of people who do music. The word voice is something, and we were raised, unfortunately, my sisters pointed out numerous times in an all-boys choir. The word voice was so important to us. We had a Latin English teacher who spent her lifetime training us in that tradition. And the voice preparation was tremendous. And people in that choir who I've tracked, it's had a major impact on their spirituality.
Right. So voice, if you mumble, amplifying the mumbling doesn't help, right? A sound system makes it louder. If you mumble and you use a loudspeaker, it just makes the mumbling louder. So you still have to articulate and practice that. Even today, when clergy are going through seminary, they actually ask you to record your sermon and play it back and listen to yourself speak. Why? Because then you're shocked. Actually, most people are shocked when they hear what their voice actually sounds like. But then you realize, oh my gosh, is that what I sound like? That's good training, not a bad exercise. So you pace your voice, you articulate, and let me also say, we can always tell when a lay reader or cleric at some point was an elementary school teacher. How do you know that? Because elementary teachers use uptalk. It's part of teaching children, right? So uptalk means your voice goes up at the end of the sentence. Now, Johnny, you know you're not supposed to hick your friend. You kind of do that naturally, and then you bring it into the liturgy. Almighty God, unto whom all hearts be open, all desires known, and from whom no secrets are hid. This is an unconscious thing and not a conscious thing, but don't use uptalk. So if you're a teacher, dial it back, speak in a more straight voice. Yes?
I was taught that you do that when you're eating a poem, the end of your verse section, your voice, the congregation has somewhere to take off. You drop it.
Right. Now that's different. That's a cue for congregational participation. I'm talking about the way you use your voice.
Put backslashes where you want to read, so that you,
Very good.
when you're reading it,
Yeah.
take a pause there.
In fact, my wife does that in her sermons. She'll put little slashes where she wants to have a pause or take a breath to help pace her sermon delivery. Anything, whatever it takes, you can learn to pace. That might mean in your service book you put little slashes or something, just so you slow down and pace your words. But the point is, how you deliver with your voice is important. The other thing is, you don't have to do histrionics, right? I remember a priest who, I don't know, I guess he was a frustrated actor or something, but he always overdid it. So when it came to something dramatic, it would be like, "Oh, Absalom, Absalom, my son, would I died instead of you?" Okay, really, that you're drawing attention to yourself. I mean, you want some inflection in your voice, but that's too much, right? So voice is important, absolutely important. Yes.
Speed of delivery.
Yes.
Where I grew up, if I spoke in the service there, the speed that I use where I am now, people get it. You know, like, get on with it.
Right, right.
I found that I really have to kind of think about where I am, not just the church,
Right. Right.
Do you have any guidelines about, like, what is there like a bell curve speed there?
It's hard to say because the context of your building will change how fast you should speak. So, for example, if you have a really resonant building, like St. George's Cathedral, it's very resonant, you have to slow down because the reverberation will make your voice unintelligible. So it kind of forces you to slow down because of that. But if you're in a small building that isn't very resonant, you could speak a little faster because it doesn't reverberate as much. So it's hard to say this is the speed. You almost have to compensate for the building. But my experience is speaking too slow is not the problem. Most people speak too fast. So not to worry about that. Now that's voice. What about vesture? The important thing is wash your alb. That might sound like an obvious thing. A number of years ago, my wife was vicar of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, Ontario. And so she was in the choir stalls for a consecration of a new bishop. And so at the moment of consecration, all the bishops crowd around. And at the right moment, they all raised their arms like this. And the waft of BO that came off those bishops almost knocked her unconscious. Wash your albs. Now, since we are being taped, let me say, Bishop Cliff does wash his alb. He is not a stinky bishop, just for the record. But yeah, don't be stinky, especially this time of year, right? You're sweating, so you got to wash it. We knew a priest in Essex County who never washed his alb. How could we tell? Because his alb was actually beige under the arms, because he had never washed it. A simple thing, and yet that's part of the worship as well, right? You're clean. You don't stink. Though that too, the only smell you should have is incense, not BO. So, or the flowers too. They're good too. But at any rate, that seems like, again, an obvious thing, but it needs to be taken into consideration. Now, I finally want to say some things about some gestures that we do in church. And one of them is bowing, because there's a way to bow properly, and there's a way, as I will show, which is not the way to bow. What do we bow towards? The altar. Why the altar? The altar is a place of sacrifice, and Jesus is the sacrifice. So the altar represents our Lord Jesus Christ. So bowing to the altar is a reverence towards the piece of furniture. It's a way of acknowledging Jesus. That is why, by the way, an altar should be dressed. It should have a cloth on it and maybe superfrontal, because Jesus wasn't a nudist. He was dressed. But on Maundy, Thursday, what do? You strip the altar because Jesus was stripped naked before he was nailed to the cross. And on Good Friday, the altar's naked because that was our Lord's state on the cross. But then by Easter, it's all dressed again. So that symbolism is built into the vesture of the altar itself, that this is a sign of Jesus. But when you bow, do not look at the thing you are bowing towards. Why do I say that? Because you end up looking like this, and in order not to fall over, you have to shoot your bum out the back. In fact, it looks like you're asking to be goosed. Whoa! No judgment if you're into being goosed. That's your thing. But the entrance procession is not the appropriate time for that to happen. When you bow, you look at your feet. And then you're not shooting your bum out or projecting your posterior into the person behind you. So don't look at the thing you're bowing towards. Look at your feet. And then that's only the shoulders and the head looking down, which is actually biblical, because if you read about people bowing, what does it say? They bowed with their faces towards the earth, which is this. So that is the way to bow. Don't look at whatever. And honestly, you're not going to lose your way because you stopped. So it's not like I'm lost. You can bow that moment and then carry on. Yes. Yes, if you're holding something, you do not bow. So the crucifer and the candle bearers do not bow, right? Because you're holding something. If you bow with a processional cross, you're probably going to fall over. And if you bow with candles, the wax goes, or the hairy liquid or whatever's in the candles, you have an accident. So it's understood if you're carrying something like that, you don't bow. And actually, if you're holding the gospel book, you actually shouldn't bow either, because you might fall over depending how heavy the book is. So again, if you're holding something, you don't bow. But if your hands are free or you just have a hymn book, then it's appropriate to do so. The next thing is standing. We convey messages by our bodies by the way we stand. And the hardest thing for people is, what do I do with my hands? And there's all sorts of things you can do with your hands, but the tendency is to assume what's called the fig leaf position. And it's called that because when Adam and Eve discovered they were naked, they took fig leaves and covered themselves up. The problem with this position is, for one thing, it looks like you desperately have to go pee and I gotta get out of here. But it's a position that looks like you're not confident. It looks like you're scared. It looks like you're demure, because that's the position when children, especially when they're scared, they go like this, right? So when you assume this body language, it looks like you're not confident in what you're doing. On the other hand, you don't want to cross your arms, because that's kind of belligerent. Looks like, hey, I have a chip on this shoulder. I dare you to knock it off. So you don't want a belligerent stance. If you have your hands behind your back, it looks like you're hiding something. So the best way to stand is with your hands at sort of waist level, like this. What you do with the fingers is not as important. It could be like this, or this, or this, or this. but they're at waist level. Because when you do this, this is actually not a natural way to stand. So it kind of you have to focus to stand like this, but then that gives the appearance of being alert. Like you know what you're doing and you're engaged. So the body language is very important. Maybe arms at the side, but arms at the side can mean you're distracted, right? Because you can imagine this looks like you're ready to go. So I recommend when you're standing, now if you're holding a book, obviously you're holding a book. But if you're not holding anything, to stand in a kind of alert position conveys to people that you are confident in what you're doing. And I think body language is important that way. Some people asked in the last group, can you use what's called the orans position when you pray? And that's to hold your arms like this. It's called the orans because that's the Latin word for prayer. Remember, lex orandi, lex credendi. So the orans position looks like you're surrendering, which is exactly the point. You are opening yourself, surrendering to God as you pray. Now, you can't do that if you're holding a book. If you're holding a book and praying, that's fine. But if the book is on a stand or someone's holding a book for you, it's appropriate for lay people too to hold their hands in the prayer position. You're not being crucified. You don't hold them out like that. And if you're lazy, this is the lazy orans. You see people sort of, but that looks like, hey, capiche. Hey. It's not the real orans. So orans is a surrender position. Doesn't matter how far your hands are apart. And then at the end of the prayer, to signal that the prayer is over, you bring your hands together for the Amen. That is a very reverent way to pray. You wouldn't read that way or whatever, but it is a kind of signal when doing prayer, like the collect of the day, if you're praying that, the orans position is appropriate. Or praying other collects, or even if your hands are free when praying to God during the intercessions, you could do that. Not if you're doing biddings, because then you're talking to the congregation, not praying to God. But if the prayers are directed to God, that is always appropriate. By the way, if you go to the catacombs in Rome, the oldest paintings of early Christians, they're all standing like this. Because that was, in ancient times, considered the prayer. You stand like this for prayer. And in some sense, in a kind of derivative sense, you'll notice devout Muslims hold their hands like this. And that was derived from the orans position, but it's now been modified. They don't want to make it look too Christian, but it's the same kind of idea of holding the hands up in prayer. So praying in the orans position, appropriate if your hands are free. So that's just a few of the sort of gestures and things. Someone asked about, in the last class, someone asked about the genuflection, which is dropping on one knee. We all see Roman Catholics kind of go down like that. That was a reflection of change in court customs in the 15th century. The ancient way to show reverence to the sovereign was to bow. But somehow in the 15th century, a new custom arose. If you want to show reverence to your sovereign, you dropped on one knee. And so the church, the Roman Catholic Church, adopted that to show reverence rather than bowing. It was just a change of the way you do things. So genuflecting is really the equivalent of bowing. And there's nothing wrong with it, but the mainstream Anglican tradition is to bow. And if your knees are like mine, you might not make it back up. You'll notice I was holding on pretty hard so I could get back up. So I recommend a bow, not a genuflection on one knee. Yes? The peace.
Yes, just because one can't shake hands, personally approach everyone.
Right. The peace is a tricky thing. And COVID, in a sense, did us a favor in that some people would get carried away with the peace in being too huggy. And you have to respect people's personal space, right? You don't want to hug people who don't want to be hugged. There are people who have been abused who don't want to be touched, quite frankly. So you can't assume that you can touch someone unless they say you can touch me, or it's someone you know well and have come to know well, and you know it's okay. I had an elderly person in my last parish. She said, I would really appreciate a hug. Okay, that was permission to do that. That was okay. But I was in another church and some woman approached me and said, we give hugs here, give me a hug. Which I did, but it was kind of belligerent the way it was done. So really, I think it's better to do a wave or a piece like this.
Stay where you are.
Stay where you are, give a wave, a nod, peace sign, unless you know the person is going to welcome touch. So I think that's the safer way to go.
Good old days used to be 20 minutes.
Yeah, and that was kind of an abuse. Right.
Said that it is not a time for socializing.
Right.
It is a time to give peace.
Right.
Either by a handshake or an eye.
Right.
Not.
And that's correct. It's not the coffee hour, right? The gesture is supposed to be one of reconciliation, or at least acknowledging your brothers and sisters in Christ, right? And in fact, I knew in some places where there'd almost be a hierarchy of peace, right? If you really like the person, they got a hug. If you sort of like the person, they got a handshake. If you didn't like the person, you ignored them. Well, that's not what the peace is all about, right? It's not a hierarchy of whether you like someone. In theory, you should go to the person you like the least and say peace to that person. So I think some discretion and caution is involved with that.
Now it's smile or grit your teeth.
Well, I don't think you have to grit your teeth, but at least smile. And I think a wave, a gesture like that, or again, if you know someone. So for example, if our daughter's with us in church, obviously I give her a hug because she's my daughter. But I wouldn't go to a stranger and just indiscriminately hug someone because I don't know how that person feels or what their background is or whatever. So again, some discretion around the piece. That is really it for my material. Is there any questions before we really wrap it up and call it a day? Yes. No, in some high church Anglican places that happens too. He's talking about kissing the altar at the beginning and at the end. That is a Roman Catholic custom, but some Anglicans do it as well. And why? Because the altar is a symbol of Jesus. So you kiss the altar because you're kissing Jesus. That's the symbolism involved. In fact, in the old days, in the Roman rite, you left off kissing the altar on Maundy, Thursday, because Judas betrayed Jesus with a kiss. So kind of some neat symbolism in that, but that's pretty well been lost, I think, now. Yes?
In the West, we call it service.
Mm-hmm.
We call ourselves the worship team.
Mm-hmm.
And we have prayer. After we've got the robing, some people kiss their scarf.
Right.
Specifically our company.
Right.
And I kind of like that, so I kiss my boot scarf too. Is that appropriate for a lay reader?
Actually, no, because what you're kissing is not the article of clothing. What you're kissing is the cross. It's because there's a cross at the middle of the stole that you're kissing. So in theory, if the stole has no cross, you don't kiss it. Well, then you've thrown me for a loop. So then, but really, what the tradition there is, you're kissing the cross, not the piece of article of clothing. Right. So actually, in the old Roman rite, it wasn't just the stole. If the maniple had a cross, you'd kiss that too, because there was a cross on it. If you want to kiss that too, I will not hold you back. Yes.
I just asked you about
Preaching.
where is it wrong for a lay reader preaching?
I would respect what the priest says. There is nothing stopping a lay person or lay reader from using the pulpit or lectern for preaching. Because I think the consideration is, can you be heard? And the reason for raised pulpits was in the days before sound systems, that's how you could be heard.
You don't have a pulpit.
Oh.
But it was questioned because I preached from behind the altar, and somebody said to me, "Oh, you're not ordained, so I don't think you should." So I asked the priest, and he said, "You're preaching the word of God, the same as I." So
Right. I'll put this in a different context, which is the contemporary understanding is nothing happens at the altar until the offertory. You separate the liturgy of the word and the liturgy of the sacrament, so you balance the two out. So nothing should happen at the altar before the offertory. And, oh, well, you've thrown me for a loop there. Normally, you would preach from a lectern or from a pulpit or somewhere where there might be a sound system where you can be heard. And normally, that would be before you're at the altar. That strikes me as an... Okay. Oh, that is strange. I guess it's not wrong, but it's kind of strange. Because really, you're now confusing the proclamation of the word with the liturgy of the sacrament by standing at the altar. And the word should stand on its own, so to speak. So I think that's very idiosyncratic. No. I would say that's a unique situation. I wouldn't commend that. Let's just say that. I wouldn't commend that. Right. So I mean, I think if that's the only place the sound system is, then you kind of have to do that because being heard is important. Right. Yeah. I just find that idiosyncratic, to be honest. I mean, it's not wrong in that no one's eternal salvation is, going to be wrecked by doing that. It's just a bit unusual. I would put that. Right. I think that's strange that the priest does that too, to be honest. Because, again, in contemporary liturgical practice, the idea is in order to have the balance of word and sacrament, those two things happen at two different places. So the liturgy of the word, which would include presiding at morning and evening prayer, would normally be at what's called the sedia or seat, the rector's stall, or some chair. And preaching would happen at the lectern or pulpit. And then it's not till the altar is prepared that people all move to the altar and the liturgy shifts its focus. So that gives more of a dynamism to the rite, because you have focus here, then you shift focus here. That's the contemporary understanding of how to do it. That doesn't mean everyone does it, and it doesn't mean everyone, even knows about that. But certainly, if you were to read contemporary manuals on how you should do it, that is what you would do. So, okay. Yes. Sorry.
Comment on preaching from just down the steps.
Right. I'm not a fan of preaching in the nave. Some people do that. They wander down and they preach. If you stay at the front of the nave, I suppose, the problem with going down into the nave is that freaks some people out because you're too close to them. So those people stop hearing the word of God and start getting scared about, are you going to get too close to me? So in some ways, you're defeating yourself by doing that, because there are people who find that very uncomfortable. So why go out of your way to make people uncomfortable? I would say don't go down the nave aisle. I mean, at the head of the nave, I suppose, would be okay. But going down the nave aisle, that makes some people very uncomfortable. What's that?
Could I add something?
Yeah.
I walk around with just go down, but I know there's a point in the day where I can see the body language change. And leading up to about verse 5, they're okay with it. And after that, there's a reason why people see it back, I guess. And if I go much further back than that, I can see the body language changing. Wait, I got the idea from Bishop actually. So
right.
And then I noticed something. Before he stops there, I started noticing that, oh yeah, I can see that. It's kind of interesting.
Right.
I guess
I mean, Bishop Cliff likes coming down, but he usually stays at the front of the nave. Yeah. He doesn't go down the aisle and back and forth. Because, and he's a big guy, his size would make him intimidating. He knows that. So why make people uncomfortable? Yeah. So
that makes less for the camera.
and fair, and that is also a fair thing too. If you're streaming your service, it's not helpful that the preacher disappears from the screen. So these are common sense things, yeah.
When they come playing reverence
Right.
to the altar, I by that several times. It might be like,
right.
And I could be doing a read. I'll be single
right.
the altar. When is it acceptable or expected of you?
I think you don't want to overdo it, because then it becomes fussy. So probably when you enter the sanctuary and when you leave the sanctuary. But if you're just passing in front, you don't need to do that, because it just gets too fussy, especially if you're lighting candles and, the credence table and all that. Then it just begins to look like you're uptight or something. So I think it's better when you enter through the gate into the sanctuary, and when you're leaving the sanctuary, give a bow. But otherwise, don't overdo it.
Because we often sit in behind the altar or at the side of the altar.
Right.
It varies.
So again, I wouldn't overdo it. So I'm conscious of time, everyone. Thank you for your attention, and I hope it was all informative. Thank you.